Good morning, all. We are going to call this postponed from October 9th, 2024, regularly scheduled board meeting to order. And may we have the roll call, please?
Commissioner Barnett. Commissioner Baxter.
Here.
Commissioner Bernard.
Here.
Vice Mayor Marino.
Here.
Mayor Sachs. Commissioner Weiss. Here. Commissioner Woodward. Here. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. Pelowitz, can you do the invocation, please?
Absolutely. Dear God, we are thankful for this day that you have given us, for its blessings, its opportunities, its challenges. May we appreciate and use each day that comes to us. We pray for strength and guidance for each day as it comes, for each day's duties, for each day's problems. May we be challenged to give our best always, and may we be assured of your presence with us. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, and justice for all. Thank you. As for the agenda, any
Yes, we
deletions
have
or add-ons?
We have one add-on, item 9G1. It is a resolution authorizing an interfund loan between the General Reserve Fund and the Mandatory Collection Fund related to Hurricane Milton.
Okay, thank you very much. May I get a motion to approve the August 21st minutes?
So moved. Second.
I have 2 firsts and 2 seconds. All in favor? Thank you. All opposed? Motion carries. May I get a motion to receive and file the Citizens Advisory Committee October 2nd, 2024, and Small Business Advisory Committee August 13th, 2024 minutes?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. On to the recommended consent agenda.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Can we have a motion and a vote to approve the agenda?
I'm doing that right now.
Okay.
The agenda as amended.
May I get a motion?
As amended, thank you.
To approve the consent agenda. Wait a second. I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do the consent agenda, and then we go to the regular agenda. We'll approve that.
Yeah, thank you.
A motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. May I get a motion to approve the regular agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. Okay, now we are on to matters by the public. Anybody?
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I want to let the record reflect that Commissioner Barnett has joined us.
Oh, I thought he already knew.
I waved to the clerk.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. So we are at matters by the public. Do we have any cards?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So we will do our workshop after this. Any old business?
None.
New business? Executive director?
None under me, thank you.
Legal counsel?
No new business.
Operations?
This morning, thank you.
Customer information services?
Good morning, Madam Chair
Good morning.
and Board. The SWA Blighted and Distressed Property Cleanup Grant, now in its 10th year, has awarded over $7 million to reduce blight across the county. In August 2024, the Board approved $750,000 for the 2025 grant. 7 applications totaling $617,244.21 were submitted by 6 applicants. Staff reviewed the applications and found them compliant with the program's intent, though 2 submissions require further board review. Staff requests the board to determine which projects to fund and the amounts, and we will be available for assistance during your decisions.
Okay, so we're going to have a discussion about item 9D. If you want to look in your books. Of course, I'm on 9G. Oh, there we go. All righty, why don't we go first with the 2 that you feel need further discussion?
Yes, so the Lake Worth CRA and the Boynton Beach CRA both have properties that they have purchased that have not hit the property appraiser yet as them being the owner. We did receive the paperwork for Lake Worth CRA, so that process is already done. Boynton Beach CRA is scheduled to completely own that piece of property in October of 31st. So just wanted to make you aware that right now those properties reflect a different owner, but they will be their property by October 31st. And like I said, Lake Worth, they've already submitted theirs.
So can we, then I would ask the board to make the motion to approve these with those two being contingent on proof of ownership.
Got it. Thank you.
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
That was easy. I like easy. Where's the easy button? All right, engineering.
Yes, good morning. Item 91 is about the MAG standards. This is a follow-up to the discussions we had at the February board meeting. As you know, the EPA is setting new standards here for waste energy facilities to meet, and that's going to go into effect in December. So we're pursuing like two options, in parallel. One is an administrative process, and the other one is potential litigation. And we're part of the Local Government Coalition for Renewable Energy, and it's a 12-member body. And so we have retained Foster Garvey as our attorney, based in Washington, D.C., and we're seeking board approval through that process.
Mr. Pelowitz, is there anything you want to add?
No, this is just a very important issue. We've got over $1.5 billion invested in waste energy. We are asking, there are other participants around the country that are going to be helping to fund this litigation. The estimated cost of the litigation is in the neighborhood of maybe $300,000. We have $100,000 in the budget. It's not likely we're going to need all of that, but I'm just seeking board authorization to participate in this lawsuit and have the authority named within the group of plaintiffs.
Any discussion? May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Planning and environmental, I see nothing.
No items today.
Thank you. Okay, the add-on, please, financial management services.
I'd first like to introduce the board to our new Chief Financial Officer. His name is Hugh Dunkley. He's highly experienced, and we're very happy to have him.
Thank you, Mr. Pelowitz. Before I start, if I may, Madam Chair, just like to extend my sincerest appreciation to Mr. Pelowitz as well as Mr. Carey for giving me the opportunity to work in this capacity for such a distinguished organization as the Solid Waste Authority. In terms of this item, staff is seeking board adoption of Resolution 2024-05, which will provide an interfund loan from the authority's General Reserve Fund to the Collection Fund. The Collection Fund is the authority's primary funding source for debris cleanup in connection with Hurricane Milton and all other disasters. These funds are maintained separately, as maintained by our trust indenture. Assuming that we do not experience another storm and that FEMA reimburses us in a timely manner, which typically is not the case. However, the loan may not be needed. Staff, however, believes that it is important to provide for the maximum amount of liquidity should it be needed. The estimated cost of the cleanup is $10 million, and the current balance of the General Reserve Fund is $177 million. The balance of the collection fund is $44 million, and the collection fund, the $44 million is also used for routine operating expenses, which approximates $6 million monthly. And so therefore, we're asking for board adoption to create the facility for the interfund loan. We're available for any questions that you might have.
Do I have questions?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Dunkley, my only question is, any unused funds will be returned back, and then once they're recovered back from FEMA, it'll be replaced?
Precisely. We'll draw on the funds only as needed, and this is only to create a credit facility, and we will not tap into the funds unless we need them.
It's also my understanding that you will continue to when you refund that, it'll also include the interest that you would have earned had it stayed in the original account.
Precisely, it will.
Very good.
Thanks.
Very good. Totally supportive. I'll move this item.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Madam Chair, I'd like to read the caption into the record, please.
Perfect, sorry, thank you.
This is Resolution 2024-05, a resolution of the Solid Waste Authority of Palm Beach County authorizing a loan from available monies in the General Reserve Fund in aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $20 million to the collection fund to temporarily finance a portion of the cost of Hurricane Milton debris removal, authorizing the proper officers of the authority to do all acts necessary and proper for carrying out the transactions contemplated by this resolution, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent resolutions or proceedings, and providing for an effective date. Thank you.
Let the record show the title being read into the record. Thank you. Okay. Other scheduled matters. Comments by the General Counsel.
No comments.
Comments by Mr. Pelowitz.
No comments.
Comments by the board?
No.
Oh, we're moving along great. All right, so we will adjourn this meeting to do our scheduled workshop. Our next meeting will be Tuesday, November 19th at the Governmental Center, and the following meeting will be Wednesday, December 11th, 2024. And do we need a motion to adjourn?
Do you need a motion? No, I don't think so, no.
Because we're technically ending this meeting and starting a workshop, which is a different meeting. So how about if we just make a motion to adjourn, and we will recess for 5 minutes to give our TV guys time to switch over graphics, and then we will start our workshop.
So moved.
Here we go. All righty, we're good. Okay, everybody can stretch, get up, do some exercises, calisthenics, whatever.
Jumping jacks.
Jumping jacks, planks.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm flying out on the
You
20th.
have to just look up and figure it out and then jot it down and move on.
Channel 20, are we good to go? We're good to go? Okay, could I have our board members back up here, please? Yeah, I want to, let's do business. So since we are we have adjourned and come back now as the Solid Waste Authority for our workshop, would it be okay that we dispense with the invocation and the pledge since we just did it 10
Absolutely.
minutes ago?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you need to do another roll call?
For the record, yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Barnett.
Here.
Commissioner Baxter.
Here.
Commissioner Bernard. Vice Mayor Marino.
Here.
Mayor Sachs. Commissioner Weiss.
Here.
Commissioner Woodward. Here. We have a quorum.
Okay, do we have proof of publication for the meeting? Alrighty. So we have two discussions up for today. Item A is the upcoming franchise collection bid process and service levels for the new contract going into effect on October 1st, 2026.
That is correct.
Take it away, Mr. Pelowitz.
So I'm going to kick this off, and then I'm going to turn it over to Paul Gonsalves and Romana Carey to provide the presentation. The impetus for this is by August of next year, the board needs to approve the solicitation document going on the street. Included in that document is all of the levels of service, the service areas, the service area boundaries, the pre-qualification requirements, and the criteria for award of these franchise agreements. It seems early, but that could be a process, and obviously depending on, we're not looking for concrete direction at this point. We're not making any real decisions at this point, but we need to get some direction from you so that we can proceed to put ourselves in the position at a future board meeting to have that direction and to put these, to approve these contracts and these solicitation documents that are going to go on the street shortly after the August meeting of next year. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Paul Gonsalves, and he's going to start with the presentation.
And please let the record reflect that Commissioner Bernard was with us. Thank you.
Good morning again, Madam Chair and Board. Next slide. So just want to give you a little brief history of the Solid Waste Authority. So we were established in 1975 by the Florida Legislature as an independent special district funded primarily through the non-ad valorem assessment on the tax bill. In 1993, we did our first bid, and we had 10 service areas, and this was done to encourage more bids and increase competition, providing opportunities for smaller haulers, and these were 5-year contracts. From 1993 to 2013, the number of service areas fluctuated between 9 and 11, until 2013, where we combined it to 5 larger service areas and set a uniform commercial rate. Doing this saved the residents over $50 million through the life of the contract. Service Area 5, it's important to note, was the piggyback off the South Base contract. This was also a 5-year contract, and at the end of the contract in 2018, we extended for an additional year. And then in 2019, we increased the service areas to 6 service areas, which included the new Service Area 6. This Service Area 2 was split, which created the SMWBE service area, which we call Service Area 6. This was awarded through an RFP process. These contracts were 7-year contracts, and also following our disparity study, we incorporated the SWA's new EBO policy. Next slide. This is just a map of our current service areas and the haulers who provide service in those service areas. Some of the pros and cons of our current level of service. Right now, some of the pros, the majority of our customers are satisfied with the current methods and level of service. We have unlimited garbage and recyclables, 3 bulk items, and 6 cubic yard limit for vegetation each week. Our system meets or exceeds the needs of most customers. Customers have adopted to the new garbage carts, which are the 96-gallon carts, which we rolled out in the beginning of the contract. And for families needing more capacity, they have bought additional carts for twice weekly service. For customers needing more than 6 cubic yards of vegetation service and are willing to pay extra, they have used our $8 per cubic yard pre-negotiated contractual rate. To date, we've had over 18,000 requests. Some of the cons: Saturday collection is unpopular. The current 6-day schedule makes it difficult for haulers to attract and retain workers. The 6-day schedule only gives haulers 1 day a week, which is Sunday, for their vehicle maintenance. Our current residential service includes, like I said before, the garbage twice per week, recyclables once per week, our vegetation once per week with a 6 cubic yard limit, bulk items, which are 3 items 1 time a week. C&D is a 2 cubic yard limit once per week, and the C&D and bulk is usually picked up on the same day. Our current commercial collection. The service must be sufficient, so no materials placed outside the dumpsters. The haulers will bill the customers directly, and they manage their counts. There is a once per week minimum service. This is with the exception of roll-offs and compactors, which are usually on an on-call basis. For commercial customers who generated garbage where they really don't need a 2 cubic yard dumpster, we offer small generators, which are 96-gallon carts, and these go twice per week. Dumpsters to be switched within 3 days of request, and all routes must be completed by 5 p.m. Now, this slide demonstrates the comparison of rates when we reduce the service areas from 11 to 5 service areas and set the commercial rate in 2013, saving over $50 million through the life of the contract. I would like to mention that Service Area 6 was a cutout of Service Area 2 in 2019.
So I just want to interrupt here and just to show you kind of explain what this is depicting.
Mm-hmm.
If you start at the right, you're going to see what our current collection rates are. If you move to the left, you'll go back to the 4th bid, and you will see the service areas that were combined to produce that rate. In some cases, for example, in 2025 rate for Service Area 2 at $372 is roughly equivalent to the rate in 2013 at $376 for those areas. So we've been able to maintain rates that are at or near where they historically were years ago by making that change to fewer service areas. But you will see that there were previous service areas combined to produce the current ones.
This slide is just an overview of ordinance number 19-022, which sets a 6 cubic yard limit for conforming yardways. The non-conforming yardways consists of whole trees, root balls, tree trunks, or any single piece that exceeds 6 inches in diameter, 6 feet in length, or 50 pounds in weight. And this excludes palm fronds, which are unlimited. They could be any size. You don't have to cut those. Only yard waste below the maximum allowed volume of 6 cubic yards shall be placed at the collection point. Any yard waste exceeding the allowable 6 cubic yard limit or containing non-conforming debris will not be collected. Why did we go to the 6 cubic yard limit for yard waste? I just want to mention that we will provide some of the survey data later in this presentation to explain this. One of the reasons was safety. The 6 cubic yard limit allows for safe passage of vehicles on public roads, better line of sight for drivers, safer for collection workers to collect from narrow streets. For drainage issues, there's less chance for vegetation blocking drainage swales and inlets, and allows for runoff to drain from swales and minimizes flood potential, especially in the event of a hurricane. For cost, it was we received better collection rates as most customers only need 6 cubic yards or less per week. Completion of routes. This ensured timely collection of vegetation and improved customer satisfaction. One thing I will note is back when we were allowing unlimited placement for vegetation, if you put out a 50, 45-yard cubic yard pile, and the hauler came and took 6 cubic yards, when you got home, you wouldn't see the 6 cubic yards gone. So we were receiving a lot of calls where customers thought they were missed. So this, in turn, we would have the hauler go back out to collect, even though they already took 6 cubic yards, which broke that truck off the next day's routes, and it just created issues. Next slide. This is our collection resolution, which establishes the regulations for our solid waste management, the requirements for containerization, collection schedules, waste separation, accessibility, emergency protocols, such as what we're going through right now with Hurricane Milton, our annual assessments, enforcement measures, and administrative procedures. This is our special act that allows us to establish a mandatory collection system for the county. It allowed us to establish our annual special assessment, which we assess on the residents' tax bills. And it also granted us the ability to establish franchise contracts and issue permits. These are the service options for Service Area 5. Just want to mention that Service Area 5 is our Glades contract, which right now is currently a piggyback contract off of South Bay. For the next contract, do we want to continue to piggyback on the South Bay contract? That's, like I said, that's what we're currently doing. There is a RFP out on the street right now. The tentative award date will be sometime in January. Historically, doing this, the residents out there have achieved better rates. Do we want to integrate with Service Area 2? This is our Loxahatchee and Eastern Lake Worth service area. Do we want to combine Service Area 5 with Service Area 2 and including the upcoming bid for a unified service contract? Or option number 3, do we want to bid Service Area 5 as a standalone, which we do not recommend? Right now, our current Service Area 6 requirements, I just would like to note that this was a carve-out area from Service Area 2 that we did to provide a set-aside for a minority or woman-owned prime. In order to bid on this service area, the proposer had to be a certified MWBE firm or a joint venture with a certified SMWBE partner. All MWBE prime contractors, joint venture partners, SMWBE subcontractors, and suppliers must be certified by the bid proposal due date. Compliance must align with the SWA's Equal Business Opportunity Program. Certified firms must perform a commercially useful function as per the purchasing manual. Our question to the board is, do we want to continue doing this? Some options for Service Area 6 into the next contract. Do we want to maintain as an independent MWBE service area? Do we want to continue Service Area 6 as its own service area exclusively for MWBE firms? We would suggest remove the joint venture requirements and ask the board to review and establish eligibility criteria. Another option is integrate with Service Area 2. We would combine Service Area 6 with Service Area 2 to balance and potentially reduce high rates in Service Area 2. Please note that this was originally included in Service Area 2 in the previous contract. Or option 3, create a new combined service area, basically merging Service Area 6 with Service Area 2 East Lake Worth area to establish a new service area. These are some neighboring counties who reduced their service to once a week and their current rates that they're paying in comparison to our rates in the bottom right corner at twice a week.
Yeah, just to pause here a little bit, just so you can look at the rates. The general trend around the state is collection rates are going up. We can likely expect that collection rates will go up again when we rebid these contracts. Some of these rates, if you look compared, St. Lucie at $446 a year, that's once a week, and that's more than any of our service areas. So Volusia County's, a little better, 288, we're kind of right around in the middle. Lee County's rates are also pretty high. So we do watch this, and that's one of the reasons why we mentioned the once a week in here service there is a potential to save a little bit of money. But we just wanted to give you an idea where rates are around the state right now.
Since we sort of took a break a little bit, does anybody have any questions on what we've already gone over? You want to save them to the end of the presentation? Nope, nobody's staying.
I can wait.
You can wait. Okay.
What
great.
is, I guess, Are we moving on from this discussion and then coming back to it?
Yeah, what
is
we're going to
next in the
do is
presentation?
we're going through the first part of it, then we're going to present the survey data to give you an idea when we've sent the surveys out, what the 10,000 or so people who responded to it think, how that came out. And then we're going to revisit all these discussion points after that. And so there'll be an opportunity then to have a deliberation on all of these things.
Thank you. I think we could wait then.
I've pulled my questions aside, so I think continue would be great.
Next slide. Just some alternatives for consideration. Do we want to maintain twice per week garbage collection or change to once a week? Do we want to increase the yard waste limit or maintain our current 6 cubic yard limit? If we want options if we want for a higher level of service for yard waste, do we want to maintain $8 per cubic yard rate for the 6 cubic yard, which is our current system? Or do we want to create a subscription service through a hauler or something else the board would like to consider? And just to give you a little background, what a subscription service is, it's where a resident would pay the hauler a monthly fee for a set amount of yard waste. For instance, if it was 12 cubic yards, they would pay a monthly fee to the hauler, and then the hauler would keep track of that and collect from that customer. Just an option. To help decide on this, we sent out a survey to 193,000 of our unincorporated curbside customers. And the next few slides will go over their responses in detail. So with this, I will pass to Mr. Ramanakari.
Thank you, Paul. Good morning again. So we sent 193,000 of these postcards throughout the county, unincorporated areas. And so we divided the county into 7 survey areas, and we received like 10,700 responses. You know, that's about 5.6% response rate. So this is how the survey areas were broken down, basically starting at the county line on the north here. And this is North Lake, Forest Hill, Hypoluxo. So basically, survey area A is, you know, east of the turnpike between North Lake and the county line. And anything west of that is area B. And the same thing here, east of Loxahatchee between Forest Hill and Hypoluxo is C, and the western areas is D. And if you go further down south, it's basically from Hypoluxo to Forest Hill, and east of Jog is area A, and to the west is, E, and to the west is F. So the remainder of the county south of Hypoluxo is G. So this is basically, you know, where the responses came from. As you can see, south of Hypoluxo, 45% of the responses came from there. Wow. And areas B and D, basically north of North Lake and between Forest Hill and North Lake, west of Loxahatchee, that's 6% and 6% here. And lot sizes. This is question number 2. 56% of the responses came from property owners owning less than quarter acre. So this is a dashboard that Josie, our GIS manager, created. So I'm going to use this format for most of the questions here where you have data. So basically, you know, the top boxes that you see, this is mostly the smaller lots, areas A, C, E, F, and G. And at the bottom, you have areas B and D. You know, they're slightly different. And most of the data sets, you would see a pattern here. So this is the first one here. As you can see, less than quarter acre is 51 here, 55 for area C, 69 for E, and 68 for F, and 77 for G. And when you look at the boxes here at the bottom, this is area B, this is area D, and I also have a subset here. Basically, you know, this is area B greater than 1 acre, and area D greater than 1 acre. So, and most of the lots, like you see in these boxes, you know, they're like between 1 and 5 acres. That's a majority of them.
Just to that represents Jupiter Farms and the acreage Loxahatchee, or B and D.
Right. And we also asked a question about collection days. So 41% of the people have their collection days on Monday and Thursday, and 34% on Tuesday and Friday, and 25% on Wednesday and Saturday. So this is about customer satisfaction. I'll just read the question, so you know exactly how it reads. This is question number 4, and the question was, how satisfied are you with your garbage collection service? Within parentheses, the automated cart. And these are the responses we received here. 80% of them said they're very satisfied, and 11% said they're somewhat satisfied, and 6% satisfied. So just 3% they're dissatisfied.
That is not correlating with your coloring. Okay, so.
Yeah,
so
dissatisfied, it's
satisfied
number 4, that's 3%.
That's good.
So this is the breakdown based on survey areas. You can see the pattern here. So let's say, for instance, area A, just 2% dissatisfied, 3.72 in area C, just about 3% in E, and it's pretty consistent across the board. And even in areas B and D, and you can see that dissatisfaction 4.1%, and area D, which is the acreage area, that's 10%. And when you go to the bigger lots within area B, again, it's 4%, consistent with this number here, and bigger lots in area D, again, the acreage area, that's about 10%. So we asked like a follow-up question, if they responded to question 4 as they're not satisfied with the collection service for garbage, what are their concerns? And these were the responses that we received here. So 51% said it's other. And people had concerns about the cart being too small or too large. And most of the people said, they want to provide their own can. And this is basically the follow-up question and how it breaks down.
So we're going to get back to that. There were some comments that were, people had the opportunity to put in their own comments. So at Commissioner Weiss's suggestion, we used AI through GPT to try to break those comments down into some of the larger categories, and we'll be presenting that a little bit later, and you'll see some of the reasons, the other reasons.
The other reasons, right, exactly. Thank you. So this is question number 6. Basically, if they would like to have $3 savings if we go once a week collection for garbage. So 74% of the people said no. They would like to keep twice a week collection. And then 26% said yes.
Answer that question.
Hold on a second. You said a $3 savings
A month.
a month. Okay.
So again, it's very consistent here when you see all these areas. The area in blue is they support it, and that's about 1/4. And so 3/4 of the respondents said, they would like to keep twice a week. And it's the same in areas B and D as well. And if you go to bigger lots, it's even more. It's about 80% here, more than 80% here. They want to keep twice a week.
1%.
Okay, then we asked a follow-up question, question number 7. What are the reasons why they want to keep twice a week? And 45% of them said the savings are not sufficient. That was 45%.
Agree with that.
And the second highest was they generate too much garbage, they need the second day.
I actually agree with them. The savings isn't worth it. Sorry, Dan.
You're not part of
I
the
wasn't
survey.
taking a position one way or the other.
Trying to influence the poll
No,
result?
no, I'm just giving my opinion.
Okay.
We're all allowed.
And again, this is basically how it breaks down throughout the county. So the green areas here are the people that are saying the savings are not sufficient. It's very consistent even in areas B and D. So 6 cubic yard limit for vegetation, this is question number 8. And so we asked the question, is 6 cubic yards enough every week? And so 67% of the people said yes, and 28% said it's usually enough, but not always. and 5% said, 6 cubic yard is never enough. And this is basically how the respondents from different areas. So area A, 68% said they're good with 6 cubic yards. But then there's 30% of the people said, they would like to have more. And again, these areas are consistent. And when you go further south, area G, which is South County, 81% of the people said they're good with 6 cubic yards. So at the bottom here, area B, which is the Jupiter Farms area, it's even split. 46% said it's not enough, and about 40% said it's okay, and 14% said it's never enough. So there's that slice right there. And, it's consistent here in area D too for bigger lots. So again, in follow-up to questions 7 and 8, we asked them, are you willing to pay more for 12 cubic yards per week? And like you see, 93% of them said they don't want to pay more. And there's a thin sliver here, 7% said they're willing to pay $10 a month more for 12 cubic yards. And then it drops off from there, it's not a willingness to pay $20 or $30 a month, which is these two. And this different service area, survey areas, area A, it's 91%, they don't want to pay more. C, it's 92%, E is 95%. So, and you see a pattern here, the further south you go, on the east side, there's less willingness to pay. And this is area B, 83% said they don't want to pay more, and 15% willing to pay $10 a month. And the same thing for area D, 85% they don't want to pay more. And it's the same pattern for the bigger lots too within area B and D. So again, this is a follow-up question to their willingness to pay more, and we asked the question, how many times have you exceeded the 6 cubic yard limit within the last 5 years? And 74% of them said they've never exceeded. 26% said yes. And as you can see, people that exceeded the 6 cubic yard limit, majority of them are in areas B and D, and especially in the bigger lots, more than an acre. So this is the frequency, how frequently do you exceed the 6 cubic yard limit? And 54% said it's once a year. And 37% said several times, frequently. And it's once a year here in area A, once a year, once a year, once a year. That's majority of the people in these areas. But when you get to areas B and D, it's once a year is 45%, pretty similar to area B here. But most of the time it's this right here, several times a year, once a month, frequently, so they're in the majority here. And it's, again, the same thing for bigger lots within area B and area D. So the reasons why they exceed the 6 cubic yard limit. So 55% of them said, they do a major cutting, and that's the reason why, they exceed the limit. And 32% of them said, they do round-the-year maintenance, and that generates more than 6 cubic yards. So this one is basically, completing periodic major cutting. That's the area shaded in black here. And when you see the bigger lots, again, they do major cutting here in area B and D. And this is a question about how do they manage their current debris. And so 39% of them said landscapers remove it. 38% of them said they do around-the-year maintenance, which is consistent with the previous response that we received. And 22% said, they do less frequent maintenance and put everything at the curb. So this is how each area responded. So as you can see, the light shade of green here, it's around-the-year maintenance, and they put the debris at the curb. And when you get to areas B and D,
Not have any time.
that slice of the pie is even bigger.
They must not have any time. They're spending all their weekends cleaning up their yards. I don't get it.
So as the board knows, like we have a $8 per cubic yard rate for any pile that's exceeding 6 cubic yards. So we asked the question, how many of them use the current rate? And 95% of them said they don't. Just 5% said yes. And the people that use the rate most, they're in areas B and D, but even there, it's less than 9% here, less than 10% here. So 90% of the people, or greater than 90% here in these areas, they don't use those rates. And again, this is willingness to pay more for the additional vegetation. 96% said no, 4% said yes. And the key here is the question, I'm going to read the question here that we sent them. Question 16 reads, would you prefer to pay a higher monthly rate for the ability to put more vegetation at the curb every week, or pay a lower monthly rate and pay an additional service charge only when you need a higher level of service? So, and they want to pay a lower base fee, and then, anything more, so, and Paul presented those options, so it's either a subscription service or they can use the $8 per cubic yard. So this is the other survey comments that we looked at in one of the previous slides, and we received 3,500 other comments. And and obviously, it'll be impossible to go over and consolidate everything. So we used ChatGPT and consolidated everything. So I've grouped them into 2 buckets. One is kudos, we're satisfied with current level of service, and the other thing is, and people asking for changes. We need changes to the current level of service. We're not happy. So these are the comments that we received from customers that are satisfied.
Our residents are not happy.
So this slide shows the changes that are needed, and the customer's not satisfied with the level of service. So the takeaways here, and obviously, more than 90% of the people, they don't want to pay more for additional level of service. And most of the residents are happy with the current level of service. And as you saw, the 6 cubic yard vegetation had a lot of negative comments, and they want an increased level of service, but they don't want to pay more for that additional level of service. And in the $8 per cubic yard, 90% of the people, or more than 90% in the eastern areas, they're not aware of that, and so they didn't take advantage of that. and also a majority of the residents like twice a week collection for garbage. And missed collection routes were mentioned by quite a few residents out west. And I don't know if it's related to, because it's in the other comments, they didn't specify, whether it was garbage or vegetation. If it's vegetation, it could be a non-conforming pile. So, it was not clear, why, they added that in there. Because, we have a pretty good customer service tracking system. And Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, it's more than 99% customer satisfaction, right?
Between 97 and 99, yes.
Okay. So, and they typically, the customers call in and it gets resolved, pretty quick. And the size of garbage carts also generated a lot of comments. And again, some of them, they want a bigger cart, smaller one, they can bring in their own. Once it's automated, you have to be consistent, so, and those were some of the comments. And the last one I have is, people always, kind of conflate the assessment rate with the taxes. They always say, I pay more in taxes and I expect better level of service. And with that, I turn it over to Paul.
So if we were to go to once a week garbage collection, these are just some of the pros and cons associated with that. Some of the pros would be no Saturday collection and better working conditions for the hauler's employees. There would be less truck traffic in communities. We would potentially have lower prices in comparison to 2 times per week service, potentially increase recycling participation by diverting recyclable materials from garbage to recycling bins. That data was given to us from some of the neighboring counties who have gone to once a week service where their recycling rates have increased. Some of the cons, there would be a lower level of service that could result in more customer complaints. The same quantity needs to be collected. 1 garbage collection per week makes missed collection more problematic. Next slide. Oh. These are some of the pros and cons of the increased vegetation limit. So increasing the level of service that may help residents with larger size, that's a pro. Also potentially fewer complaints. More people would get more service, they would be happier. Some of the cons, 12 cubic yards will lead to increased collection costs, potentially 35 to 40% increase. Fewer haulers may be interested in bidding, resulting in lower competition. The majority of customers will pay more for the level of service they may not need or utilize. Changing vegetation service levels undermines 15 years of customer education. I'll just make a note, even the previous contracts, it's always been 6 cubic yard limit, even though we allow them to put out more. The current ordinance could need to be revised to include the new vegetation limit. Next slide. Some factors to consider for increasing the vegetation limit. Do we want to do it countywide, or do you want to make it service area dependent? This could require a change to the service area boundaries. This could result in a significant rate increase. Do you want to make it lot size dependent? This could require a new generation study. This could result in a significant rate increase for some residents. Would you like a subscription or included in your base bid? Would you like to pay as you go, which is our current system, where you can request an $8 per cubic yard estimate for your material? And this could also require amending the ordinance. So in 2019, the town of Loxahatchee Groves negotiated a collection service rate of $37.50 per month for 6 cubic yards, while proposals ranged for $37.60 to $62.40 per month. This rate was higher than the $25.83 per month cost for similar curbside collection services in our Loxahatchee Service Area 2 service area. Now, I just want to bring your attention to, there were 2 RFPs for both 6 cubic yards and 12 cubic yards. And these are some of the numbers that were reflected in that bid process. To summarize, our SWA system is intended to provide a base level of reliable, high-quality service at the lowest possible price that is adequate for most residents. The system allows those residents who want a higher level of service to pay for it without affecting what other residents pay in their service area. The changes the SWMA has made over the years have been done to encourage competition for these contracts and produce the lowest possible collection rates. To date, over 18,000 residents within the unincorporated area countywide have called for a removal estimate, utilizing the $8 per cubic yard rate. Our current vegetation collection program has been successful with no special magistrate hearings to date under the current hauler contracts. So we're here seeking the board direction on whether or not you would like to go to once or keep it twice per week garbage collection. Do we want to keep 6 cubic yard vegetation limit? Do you want more? Some of the options to consider for service area 5 going into the next bid, and also service area 6. We're here for any questions you may have.
I'm sure there's lots. Okay. All right, Hall, why don't you take a moment and figure out your questions? Commissioner Weiss, your light is on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple of questions. First, well, let me just throw this out there. I mean, clearly the residents have spoken in broad support for twice a week, so I would think that would be something we'd want to keep. On the in really the yard waste seems to be the most area of most issues and concerns, especially for those folks with the larger lot size. Do we know how much people actually do put out? Is there a record of how much yard waste that they put out? I mean, I know we have cameras on the trucks now.
No, we really don't have a way to measure how much they're putting out. What happens, the way it works is that if someone puts out a pile that's larger than 6 cubic yards as determined by the hauler, it's then tagged, and that tag has our phone number on it and says call us. And that's when we become aware, and our field reps are out there all the time too. They see them, but that's when we become aware of them.
Do you get a notification every time they tag a pile?
No.
I would think that might, and I know we've got some time, maybe finding a way to collect that data so that you know how often that actually really occurs. Because what we know is people sometimes forget. They forget things or they misremember things, and because that goes to another question I have on page 23 of your slides. Does that actually match real life in what we actually know? Are people remembering this correctly?
Okay.
Meaning, did they get their collection days right?
Commissioner Baxter wants to weigh in, so I will.
Only because I live there. So when everything first changed back to 6 cubic yards, and when I originally moved to the acreage, we were allowed to put out 6 cubic yard piles. And if we exceeded that amount, the next week they would come and pick it up. Well, when that stopped being allowed, and if you put out anything more than 6 cubic yards, they wouldn't take anything. People started burning it in their backyard. Safe or not, like it or not, that's what they did. So they've adjusted. So you wouldn't be able to, in my opinion, get very accurate data on what is actually put out to the road or new. And it's been in place for quite a while now. So people have adjusted.
I understand, but I think it's important to get whatever data we can get. I understand that, and that it's not going to be the whole picture, but at least it'll give us something of how often this actually is happening. I'm sure it's going to be much, as what you're saying, it'll make it less accurate out in that area. But I think in the rest of part of the county, people would probably be freaking out if fires were going off in people's backyards. So more likely that they actually put it out on the street, and we'll find out.
Yes, I'm only specifically talking about larger
Right.
lots.
But I'm going back to my question on page 23. So does this match up? Did people actually get their days right when they responded to that?
Oh, I believe so. I think what you might be looking at is the fact that the Wednesday, Saturday is so low compared to everything else. So we have, due to the large population of Orthodox Jewish community in South County, this has been an issue for for 30 years. And so we don't allow the haulers who bid on the contracts in South County service areas 3 and 4 to put anybody else on Wednesday, Saturday. So that's why this is unbalanced, because we've stopped allowing Wednesday, Saturday in South County. Just in general, as Paul spoke to, Saturday is not popular. I have Saturday. I'm okay with it. A lot of people hate it.
I'm going to interrupt for 1 second.
Yes.
So what if there's been discussion about doing Monday, Thursday, Tuesday, Friday, no Saturday, bulk pickup Wednesday? Is that something that has been part of the discussion, or would it be? And I mean, it would be contracts that we're getting from the haulers themselves are going to start to go up with the Saturday, and not, as the earlier slide said, they only have 1 day a week to work on trucks. So that doesn't seem to be an option in here. So I was just
well, the
throwing that
main
out there,
reason
too.
it's not is because it would affect the hauler's ability to the utilization on the hauler's equipment. So they would have to have more equipment and more manpower in order to pick up everything in 4 days that they're currently doing in 6 days. And that means they're going to have idle equipment that's sitting around on Saturday that they're not using. That'll put upward pressure on prices. The other side of that is that would generally mean that all of the vegetation would likely be picked up on Wednesday. And the authority, at least the authority, couldn't handle receiving all the vegetation on 1 day. So it does create an imbalance. That's why, and I can read the data, and that's one of the reasons why once a week is useful, because once a week allows a 5-day collection schedule. Because you're only getting garbage once a week, you're getting recycling once a week, you're getting veg once a week, you're getting your bulk once a week. It enables them to do all that in 5 days, and then the other side of it is that it allows them to maintain their trucks for 2 days on the weekend, which they're only doing which they have to do a lot on Sundays now, and it also creates a better work environment for their employees who want to have a weekend. That said, it's fairly clear from the data that in this county, the overwhelming majority of people want twice a week.
And in your data, did you include that unanimous decision by, was it the Alliance, the Delray Alliance that we got the letter from?
Well, I think
not one hand went up when they asked if they wanted once a week, and it
right. And I think you saw the response rate on the surveys coming from South County was very high. So it's clear that South County wants twice a week.
I'm sorry for interrupting, Commissioner Weiss. You want to finish?
Oh, that's okay. It's good. And I guess the other question I had is on question 11, and I probably know the answer already by now, but does that actually match reality of how often people are exceeding?
Well, I can tell you that for the most part, over the life of the contract since 2019, most residents have adapted to the 6 cubic yard system. So the majority of the people put out 6 yards or less. As far as exceeding the frequency, it does happen. That's why we do have the estimate system, and we do get those requests. And then for some people who exceed, they don't request the estimate, because on the tag itself, there's a couple of options. And one of the options being you can remove some of the material off of your pile, pull it back on your property, and on your next service day, they'll pick it up. You don't have to pay anything. A lot of residents do conform to that. So they'll fix their piles. They'll get it picked up on their next service day.
And that $8 a cubic yard cost, is that a subsidized cost, or is that the actual cost?
I can tell you that based on the anecdotal evidence, you can't get it much cheaper. The $8 yard rate is very, very reasonable, and that was, I think, some of the comments in ChatGPT were that the rate is very reasonable and it's less than what we could get from a private hauler. So I think it's fair, but the board can set that anywhere you want, and the haulers in their bid would then just adjust their bid rate to reflect that, if that's what you want to look at. The other side of that is, and I just want to point out that we've been doing this we're in the 6th year of this contract. We haven't taken anybody to hearing. We work with people. If it's over, if it's a one-time thing, and we use it as an opportunity to educate, and usually we'll pick it up. Most people are working with it. And the other thing I want to point out is just the basics. We assess in our disposal assessment for 0.85 tons per year per single-family home. That assessment amounts to about $29.75 a year for vegetation collection. We allow up to 6 cubic yards at the curb every week. So you have the ability under the current system to obtain 50 times the service you're actually paying for, being assessed for, at 6 yards a week. It is subsidized by other areas of the county because we are assessing everyone. Every single family home in the county is assessed at 0.85 tons per year. That's the average based on a generation study we did in the late 90s. It varies, though, when you look at the actual data, it varies significantly in different areas of the county. You've got some communities down in South County, like Polo Club, for example, which generates next to nothing because they have a landscape service that hauls everything away. And then you go out to areas like the acreage in Colusa, who generate twice the countywide average. So that's why when you look at the collection rates, you see higher rates reflected in some areas of the county versus others because, you know, we give them credits every month for whatever the resident has already paid for. We've collected those assessments. And so when the credits aren't enough, then to cover the costs of disposal of that vegetation, the haulers build that into their rates. And they also build into their rates the difference in efficiencies. So, you know, if you can do 1,200 homes on a route in South County, but only 850 homes on a route in Loxahatchee or Jupiter Farms, it reflects into the higher prices. So that's just kind of the background on it, and that's the way the system currently works. But again, it is the issue that most people who have a complaint about. And the challenge is to try to find a way, if the board wishes to provide the higher level of service without overburdening the people who don't need it and benefiting the people who do.
Thank
All
you.
my questions. for
That's
now.
all your questions. Commissioner Woodward, your light is on, and then Commissioner Baxter.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, going to go out of my original order just because I'm curious why we did the survey in the breakdown the way we did, because it doesn't match any of our service areas. And because it looks like B and D seem to be the areas that have the most dissatisfied customers and different concerns that a lot of the other areas don't, but it covers 1, 2, and 5 in the service areas. So in order for us to kind of get a better grasp on the contract, how we would move forward, and how do we overlay these two so that we actually know which contracts we're discussing?
Okay, so just briefly, that Hypoluxo road line, so below that is service areas 3 and 4.
Yes.
So they're all encompassed in that area that's currently serviced by FCC. The area D and this area E, the D and the E are roughly aligned with what service area 2 is because it's broken into 2 pieces. So service area 2 used to include service area 6, which connected the acreage Loxahatchee area with the Lake Worth corridor area that's in the unincorporated area of Lake Worth. So we were trying to differentiate, to basically create a way of identifying the areas that are larger lots, more rural, and that's what B was designed. We cut it at the turnpike in order to allow you to see that. And D was the same thing, is we wanted to separate the areas, the large lots, acreage areas, so that we could isolate their responses and see, they're not exactly aligned, but they do roughly align with the current service areas. But again, we can.
So I guess some of my part of my question then would be, would we be better to have a service area with a contractor who's going to focus on the large lots? And if we're going to have to make any changes for, 6 cubic yards or larger. I mean, that way we would be dealing with a single contractor who would be dealing with large lot homes versus mixing them with, gated, or not gated, but, closer knit communities or urban areas.
So just some background. When we went to the 5 service areas, we intentionally combined western areas with eastern areas in order to try to lower the rates in the west, average out those rates. So what we took, there was a time in previous bids where the Loxahatchee acreage area was a standalone. It was by itself. And the rates were much, much higher. And similarly with service area, with the western area of Service Area 1, which is Jupiter Farms. There was a time in the past where Jupiter Farms and the acreage were combined into one. And their rates are I would tell you now, if you isolate those areas, their rates are going to be significantly higher than they are today. But the challenge is if you want to target higher service levels to specific areas of the county, you almost have to readjust those service area boundaries, or else you're going to have people in the eastern service areas who may not need more than 6 cubic yards, and they'll end up paying the same rates as if they do. And now the hauler will balance that out, and the rate you're going to get is going to be they're going to take into consideration all of the units and blend them together. And so, yeah, the eastern areas will subsidize down those rates. So that's the challenge. Is if
they're dissatisfied with the level of service that the lower rate is providing, and before whatever these changes were made, they were able to do significantly larger piles that could be picked up. And yes, they were paying more, but they were receiving more and weren't having to burn trash in their backyards or be assessed higher amounts. I guess that's my question on, where, yes, we would like to lower the rates, but if we've lowered the rates to the point where they're not happy with the service that they're getting, they don't feel it's enough for what they need for their large lots. I mean, we need to balance that in some way.
Yeah,
not necessarily charging people who were never going to generate that much garbage or vegetative waste, but if they're saying they're dissatisfied, I think that it is something that we should discuss. And if, I know no one wants to pay more, but if they are generating this vegetative waste and they want it picked up, and they were doing this before, and in an effort to lower the price, we also lowered the service, and now we have high levels of dissatisfaction, over 10%. I think that that's significant. So that the twice a week, I agree with you on that. I think that everyone spoke loud and clear. They do want twice a week service, but I would like to hear from my fellow commissioners who actually have these areas. I have none of these large lots, but it does seem that in an effort to lower the price, we lowered the service that they would prefer.
Yes, and we did, just to clarify, prior to this contract, they could put out as big a pile as they wanted, but the hauler would only take 6 cubic yards each week. And those piles would sit, and they'd sit a long time. And that was one of the biggest complaints we got. It was not from the person that put it out. It was from all the neighbors who were tired of looking at the pile. And so that's why that was the impetus, really, to go to the hard 6-yard limit at the curb.
So we never took more than 6 yards?
We did not take more than 6 yards.
Okay.
So, but that said, we do see and we do understand, because we experience it every day, is the vegetation in these western areas is a problem. Mm-hmm. And there are people who want more service. And so the question we have for you, acknowledging that, is what ideas does the board have to provide that higher level of service? And do you want it targeted through a subscription where we can put a price in the bid package say it's $10 a month, and for $10 a month more they pay it directly to the hauler, and the hauler will pick up whatever they want, or up to 12 yards? Do you want to do it like the 8 cubic yard limit we have, or do you just want to bid it that way? And the prices will be what they are, and the hauler's going to have to figure out what that is. But what I will recommend against is anything that's unlimited, because the haulers can't bid on an unknown. And if they do, they'll either not bid at all or they'll price it, and no one's going to like the price. So that's kind of why this is on here. I recognize it's an issue. There's no easy answer to this because we've been doing this for 30 years and there's never been an easy answer to it. But we really need your input, and obviously, our objective here is to provide the public with the service they want and are willing to pay for. And if they want something different than we're providing and they're willing to pay for it, our job is to provide them what they want. So at least that's my opinion. So
Thank you. Commissioner Baxter and then Commissioner Bernard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have we priced what it would be if everyone in the county was allowed 12 cubic yards?
we haven't.
Do you have any rough estimates? What that would do to the pricing?
Well, I mean, I think
People don't use it.
I think in South County, it's not going to matter because they're allowed 6 cubic yards now, and they're way under the credits, so they're utilizing far less of the service than they could. So they're being assessed for 0.85 tons per year per unit, and they're generating significantly less than that. In the other areas of the county, like out in Loxahatchee and the acreage, they're exhausting credits early, and so the haulers end up having to pay tipping fees because they've exceeded the credits, and they price all that into their contract. So my guess is if you went to 12 cubic yards in South County, south of Hypoluxo Road, it probably isn't going to make that much of a difference because they know that hardly anybody's going to put that out. But in the acreage in Jupiter Farms, if you went to 12 yards, you would have. I think you could have a significant impact. I think $10 a month is probably a fair estimate for what it would cost. But obviously, I'd have to ask the haulers to give us an estimate and price that. And since they're all going to be bidding on it, I'm not sure many of them would want to give me that price. But we have some of them in the audience out here, and if I'm saying anything wrong, they can nod their head or shake their head or
Raise a
So-
hand.
Everybody's
Wave
shaking
at
their
us.
heads out there, so you must got it
So,
right.
My next question, I guess one statement, I am in agreement. I do think 2 times a week, a lot of people really want twice a week. It seems countywide for sure. As far as combining service areas 5 and 2, I'm in support of that. I think that was your preference as well, just so that we make sure we maintain a level of service to our Glades region.
Yeah, and yeah, that is an option. Does the board wish to? Obviously, we're not making a decision now, but does the board wish to see the prices coming in the South Bay contract,
Sure.
which should come in January, so we can bring this back to you at a later, probably at the February board meeting, and you could make a decision then.
Of course, but you asked the question, so I was answering it.
Yes.
Also, even Area 6, which is most of Wellington, you said that is that our only is subject to the SMWBE?
So all of the service areas have SMWBE requirements. Other than service area 6, service areas 1, 2, 3, and 4, it's a 10% SBE plus a 10% MWBE participation rate for a total of 20% minimum.
Mm-hmm.
All of the haulers are required to submit documentation with their bid packages, identifying all of the small minority women-owned businesses that they intend to utilize, and they're held to that plan. So some of them have included more than 20%, significantly more in some cases. So that's the case there. Service Area 6 is a MWBE preference zone. It was created to enable a startup or a minority firm to come in and to bid on a service area. That requirement is currently you have to be a certified minority woman-owned business or a joint venture with a certified minority-owned business. And the purpose of that was to basically make that a majority MWBE area. So the good company won that bid last time around. And so just frame of reference, they do excellent work and they've done an excellent job. my recommendation as the executive director and the one who's responsible for this program would be to maintain that area as an MWBE area. However, the joint venture aspect of it became a problem.
Right.
And they were in court, the joint venture partners were in court for 3 years. And the problem with the joint venture is that, at least for us, is somebody has to be in charge. And when you have a joint venture, the question is who's actually the prime and who's actually the sub. Because in a joint venture, they're equal partners. And so that was a problem. I think we wouldn't recommend including the joint venture in the next bid. Rather, something along the lines of an MWBE or a team that combined has greater than a 50% MWBE participation or control. But these are things we can iron out later. All we're looking at now is just basically some consensus of the board is, are we going to continue with that service area as a standalone MWBE service area?
Well, the reason I'm asking is because if we combined it, again, going back to you saying that if you have areas of smaller lots, mixed in with larger, it can help the overall area. If we combined 2 and 6, how would that impact the whole area? And is it possible potentially, if we wanted to keep that, maybe designate it to another area?
Yeah, it's possible. Before, like you said, you're correct that service area 2 and 6 were combined. Right now they're split. 2 is part of 2. The eastern part's the Lake Worth corridor. The western part is the acreage. Putting that back in would probably bring lower pressure on lower rates in the area, but we would need another MWBE area in order to continue the current program, and I wouldn't necessarily recommend the combined 2-6 for that area because it's going to be very, very challenging, and you're potentially coming in with a smaller firm, and we want them to be successful. And throwing a smaller firm that may not be as experienced into Loxahatchee, I think could be problematic.
I agree. That's why I asked about potentially, logically, I think, how about service area 2 even? Would that be a good spot for the SMWBE designation versus 6 if we did want to potentially combine 2 and 6?
You're talking
Excuse me, I'm sorry, the other side. Oh, wait, so we have 2 on both sides of 6.
Right.
Cuts it right in the middle.
So you could combine, if theoretically, you could combine 6 with the eastern area of 2, or you can combine 6 with the western area of 2.
Or if we just switched, the 6 and keep 2 continuous instead of letting 6 right in the middle of it and then put 6 all the way to the right, or all the way to the east, excuse me.
We would have, we could redraw boundaries. That's always an option. It's a challenge because you've got to change people's days and things like that. But we have redrawn boundaries before. So if we're not tied to the current service area boundaries as such.
Just affects the price. It just affects the price.
Yeah, depending on how you slice it up, you will affect the price. So if you add lower cost units in with higher cost units, then it brings the higher cost units down, the lower cost units come up a little bit. If you isolate high cost units, then the price is going to go up. And we're at around 25 and change. Where are we in service area 2? It's in your presentation somewhere. A month. Loxahatchee Groves is at 35, or was. It's probably
page
adjusted.
55.
Right. Loxahatchee Groves is $10 a month, roughly, I guess, right, Paul?
Yes.
$10 a month more than the acreage. You could assume, I don't know, it's not science, but you could assume that $10 difference is because the acreage area is combined with the Lake Worth corridor, which is lower, more easier to service. So you could argue that that's part of that benefit, is the reason why the price is that much lower. Because Loxahatchee Groves is similar. It's similar to acreage. It's just it's a pure, large lot, rural type.
Well, they have 5
fit.
acre lots.
Yeah.
as opposed to, they do not have too many 1.25 acre lots. So they would even need more vegetation, and so they're paying more, need way more. I'm leaving that one alone. So if you could bring back in January when we're doing this, maybe some different data, that could be very useful. What does it look like if we combine areas 5 and 2 or 5, 2 and 6? Or is there a potential area that could be better suited for the SMWBE to try to help with the vegetation but not increase the cost astronomically? Just kind of work some of it and bring us back some information on how that would look, and actually get some numbers regarding the 12 cubic yards for acreage, Loxahatchee, and I don't want to speak for Vice Mayor Marino and Jupiter Farms, to try to really bring down that 10% dissatisfaction number. I mean, and we're still well under what another town is paying that needs much more.
Right. So we can come back to you and probably, I guess, at the February board meeting after the bid comes out for the Glades for South Bay's bid with some of this other information, and we can continue the discussion on the vegetation limit at a future meeting, if that's helpful.
That would be amazing. I think that for my questions, that was it for my questions. Have I answered all your questions for us? The 2 times a week, I think we agree on.
Yep.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Thank you, Dan.
Commissioner Bernard.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just a couple of things that the twice a week, the resident has spoken, and, I support the twice a week. To me, it seems like, the yard waste in service area B and D, which is mostly in Commissioner Baxter's district, I just think that, and Vice Mayor Marino, I just think that we just got to figure out a way to me, using technology to, like if you're supposed to get 6 cubic yards per week, and there are 52 weeks a year, there's an amount of cubic yards that you're probably expecting to collect. I think that's like, 312 cubic yards per year for those areas. And we just got to find a way to use technology to, if the person puts 10 cubic yards, then, you pick up the 10 and you find a way to use technology to account for how many cubic yards they use for the year. And I don't know what I'm saying, but I just think that there are ways that we could still get some of those residents to pick up their yards or whatever they've put outside, and for the hauler to account for it for that total amount that they're supposed to collect per year, and work it out some way that would, where we don't have to increase we can keep the 60 cubic yards and still allow those residents to put as much as possible, and for it to be accountable. And if they want to be billed somehow, some way, we could figure out something. That's my thoughts on that. In regards to the service area 6, I support, staff's recommendation in terms of removing the joint venture. And, I also would support looking at a different boundary that you believe that staff can work on that would, reduce some pressure from service area 2. And, I'm looking at service area 3 and 4. I just think that there's still possible, including some of the boundary into service area 3 and 4, because I think that you could still get the same pricing, and also to be able to assist service area 2 to reducing some of the costs if you're able to put some of those into service area 3 and 4. But I know staff is great in terms of creating the best boundary that you believe that would achieve giving service area 2 some reprieve. So That's what I would love to see. And in regards to Service Area 5 that Commissioner Baxter had mentioned, I support you, and but I do believe that we should wait to get the piggyback contract from South Bay, so in that way that would allow us to make the best decision for the future. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you. All right, so Commissioner Weiss, I think you're next.
Thank you. Just to go on the record with some of these other items, because I did mention the twice a week. The joint venture, removing of the joint venture, I totally support. I think, I believe in consumer choice. I don't know how, I like this idea of the subscription service very much, where people, are responsible. And I understand, people's frustration. If 6 cubic yards weekly is not enough for them, but it's not fair to the other folks who that is enough. We already have these areas set up so that the smaller homes are subsidizing the larger. I'm concerned that however we slice this, I think let people pay for what their real needs are. So other people are hiring folks to come in and take care of their yards and take the material away, and so they're not even using their 6 cubic yards, so that credit is going into that area as well. So I think consumer choice. I don't know. Obviously, it's the same thing. If you have a small house and you only have to re-roof it, you pay a much smaller cost to re-roof it. If you have a larger house, you're going to have to pay a larger amount to maintain that. And the same thing goes for our land. It just takes more to maintain property, depending on how you have it landscaped. And I think there would be a lot of people, that could be impacted, that might be dissatisfied. I think the 90%, obviously you like to have 100% satisfaction, but I think 90%, if that's what we're starting from, is a really high place. If we can get up, figure out to take 5%, and if you look at the survey, we can get there by just allowing people to pay a little bit more. Because there are people that are willing to pay more per month. So now you've cut that 10% to 5%, and so I don't know how we get to 100%. So I think it's going to take more time. I like the idea of re-looking at the boundaries. I also agree with waiting until South Bay's contract comes in to help make a decision on what you do with Area 5. And I support our SMWB program. I think that I have good service, good collection in part of our district. They've done an excellent job. If you wanted to redraw those boundaries, and if that makes more sense, I have no objection to that either. And I think, did I answer all your questions, Paul?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Commissioner Woodward, you next, and then Commissioner Baxter. Commissioner Bernard, is your... Thank you.
Thank you. I forgot to weigh in on the joint venture. I do agree with everyone on that one. I did have a question on, we had Group G, which is South County. It's the service areas are 3 and 4. I would request, because I was at the Delray Beach meeting, or Delray Alliance, and Cobra, and they were very loud and clear. They're very, very happy. Don't mess with those contracts, please. Everyone's very, very happy with that. So however this moves forward, south of Hypoluxo and the respondents, I was just doing the math on this. 45%, that's out of the 10,000 plus that actually responded. That's over 4,800 came from there, and very high satisfaction ratings. So I just request, and I'm not going to speak for Mayor Sachs, but I'm sure she would agree as well. Leave them alone, please. Keep it the same. But I did want to ask, they listed that a lot of them have landscape services that remove the vegetation. When they remove that vegetation, are the landscapers paying tipping fees to bring it to us?
They are. They're either paying tipping fees to us or they're paying it to the private vegetation processing site that they take it to. That's correct.
So not only are we underutilizing what's allowed by the residents, the landscape crews that are coming in to remove it are adding to our overall budget?
That is true. Oh, they're not adding to our budget.
Well,
They're-
adding to our revenue, should I say.
Basically, yes, they are. Understanding that the collection rates that the haulers bid in South County reflect the fact that they generate much, much lower than the countywide average.
And-
So you see those hauling rates in South County from that schedule we have. They're very, very low compared to the rest of the county, and that's because they are. A lot of them are zero lot line. A lot of them are gated communities. They have services and they generate significantly less vegetation than other areas of the county.
And it is reflective because it's the two lowest rates in the county. They're within
Absolutely.
dollars of each other, so that would say why. Okay, so they are very satisfied. I would say that the rates are pretty fair. And just to weigh in from South County on that, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Baxter.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to just point out something. I disagree with the subscription service, and I'll say why. And yes, there's going to be people that pay more or less, and we have a very large county. But this isn't the only thing that gets subsidized. There are people in the acreage Loxahatchee that use fire rescue a lot less than maybe South County or Century Village or whatever you would like to say, but yet they still pay the same millage rate. So, I mean, there's all kinds of different things of why we set them for a county-wide, not just based on this one particular. I mean, I'll also say people pay school tax for children they don't have. I mean, one subsidizes the other. That is just what being part of a community does. And I don't think we should single out waste from everything else and say, okay, well, you can pay more even though you don't have kids, or you can pay more even though you don't use fire rescue, and then say, well, you use more garbage, but you have to pay more. It's not quite working out in my head to where that makes sense. And I'll tell you, the acreage in Loxahatchee, they pay a lot more in gas tax than most people. They have to drive further, and they don't believe in electric cars. So I tell you, we get a lot less roads, a lot less service on those roads, even though they're probably paying more in gas tax. So all throughout the county, there are different areas that use more or less of something. I don't want to take garbage and say, oh, because you have more vegetation with a larger lot, oh, now you have to pay more, but the people who don't have to pay it. I mean, there's all kinds of things throughout this county that do not work that way, and I don't want to start having vegetation removal work that way either. And that's all I was going to add to that.
Thank you. I guess well, I'm going to weigh in and then you can. Okay. I had several questions. Page 13. Let's go in order. So on page 13, that's the service area contract options. Is there a recommendation by the board on this one? By staff, is there a recommendation? Because I know we're looking for January and February for more information. I think
So-
that would be the best thing to do, but
My recommendation would be to wait until the South Bay contract comes back and is awarded, and then bring this back to the board to have the board make a decision. If the rate on that South Bay contract is, in the board's estimation, good compared to other rates, then my recommendation would be to go with the South Bay contract. If the board wishes to combine it with Service Area 2, you run the risk of having higher rates in that Glade service area than are in the contract. So the issue with that area of the county is we've got 2,000 units that are out there, and they're scattered around South Bay, Pahokee, and Belglade. And there's a lot of windshield time to get to those units. And when we bid those alone a long time ago, their rates were approaching $40 a month. as a matter of reference. It's a huge number. So bidding them as a standalone is absolutely out, in my opinion. Combining them with two can be done. It's been combined before. But, you may like the rate that comes out of the South Bay contract. And if you do, then you have the option of going with it. And so I think we'll be able to bring that back hopefully in February with whatever their rate is and give you that information. And then based upon that, we can make another decision. Given the we need to have an option for that service area starting October 1 of 25 because that contract expires 1 year prior to the others. And so the only option at that point, if you don't go with the South Bay contract, I believe would be to basically piggyback our own Service Area 2 contract and provide them the rates in the Service Area 2 contract for 1 year and then roll them together with Service Area 2.
Okay, thank you. As for page 15, now we're talking maintain as an independent, integrate, or create a new. What would be staff's recommendation on that one?
This one is really up to the board. I guess my recommendation now would be for staff to go back, take a look at options for different service area boundaries and come back with some analysis. I think that would also involve kind of picking the brains of some of our haulers right now to see, to what extent they can provide some input as what the impact of that would be. So we can do that. The Service Area 6, those boundaries, they're not magical. They were carved out because that was a previous standalone service area back when we had 11 service areas. But there are potentially other options as well to deal with that. I think the suggestion obviously is, could it be in South County? It probably could. That service area, the service level is going to be the same. The pricing is probably not going to be affected. You could probably put that standalone MWBE area there, or you could move it into somewhere else. We've got the eastern areas, other eastern areas you could potentially do. My only recommendation would be don't put it out in the western area because it's really challenging. In the past, we've had haulers who absolutely will not bid on Loxahatchee and Jupiter Farms. They won't do it. And obviously Waste Management's doing a great job with it now, but that has been in the past one of the problems.
Okay.
And so we'll take a look at it. The short answer is we can look at service area boundary options, bring them back to the board, and the board can decide which ones you like.
All right, thank you. Page 17, options for higher level of service for yard waste. I may not be popular with what I'm going to say. That's all right. I do have areas of large acreage, but over the last 4 years that I've been in office, I have not been inundated with people who are upset with their service. So I know that goes a little counterintuitive to what you're doing, but I have Calusa, as you said, Palm Beach Country Estates, Jupiter Farms, larger parcels. Every once in a while, I'll get somebody will say they didn't pick up my trash, my vegetation, but generally speaking, I haven't gotten people that have complained. Here's a visual question for you. If you were going to describe to someone what is 6 cubic yards, what would you say? An SUV?
A reference in the past, we've said 3 full-size refrigerators side by side. That's about equivalent to 6 cubic yards.
Okay. Those that get tagged because they put out 10 cubic yards, none of that gets picked up, and then they have options onto how it is picked up. Now, if they pick an option where they call you and reschedule, and they have to pay for the difference between 6 and 10, which would be 4 cubic yards, how do they pay for that?
Well, if they put out more than 6, then they pay for the total amount that's there. So they would get charged in the estimate for all 10 cubic yards.
I don't like that. But that goes back to not having 10 cubic yards of vegetation sitting in your yard for more than a week. If there's something we could do, and I think Commissioner Baxter would agree with me on this one, there's got to be the way that if you put 10 cubic yards out, 6 are going to get picked up. And I don't know how we do that. But we have to, yeah.
But we used to do that. So it was done in previous contracts. The only argument the issue we always had was, if someone puts out 20 yards, the hauler takes 6.
Right, then.
There's an argument about whether did they take 6 or didn't they, and then the 14-yard pile that's left gets another 6 yards put on top of it, and the pile never goes away. So that was the rationale behind the hard 6 cubic yard limit. We can always return back to the way it was before. It's up to the board, and we can certainly do that. And there are other mechanisms to do it. We could, pick up the 6 maybe and find a way to charge them for the 4.
No, I don't want it. It can't get convoluted. I think it's education for our residents who have the larger lots. I mean, if you've chosen to live in a community where you have a larger lot, you've chosen to accept all of the different things that come with that. You've chosen to be a little further out of town. You've chosen to not have a fire station all that, close to you because the level of service to get, there aren't enough calls. You've made some calculated decisions in whatever community you live in, whether you live in as I live in I think it's a third of an acre, whatever, in PGA National, versus someone who lives in a zero lot line home versus someone who lives in an estate home. We've all made our choices to live where we live, or the choice has been made for us for some people. But I don't think that, and I understand what Commissioner Baxter said about there's inequities. There's inequities everywhere. But for the 10% dissatisfaction that we have in the survey, that's actually a really good survey. If 90% of the people who are getting service are happy. So I would not, better education for those that have larger lots that, hey, only put out 6 cubic yards a week and we'll pick it up kind of thing. And I'm sure that's been done, but let's continue to do that. I don't want them to not have collection, but I don't think that for those folks that have chosen to live in whatever area they live, it should be put on anybody else. So that will be question 17, page 17. Let's go to page 54. That was answered. How do we, you're going to need board direction on the removal of the joint venture? Is that correct?
I don't need formal direction now. I mean,
Okay.
We'll take that into consideration when we draft the requirements for the bid, and you'll see that reflected in what will be before you in August of next year when you approve the package to go out. So we've taken, the consensus is noted, and we will remove that.
Okay, Commissioner Woodward, you were next in line.
Yes, thank you. I just did want to address what was spoken about with the trying to have an equitable solution to this. And, this is a very large county. We have lots of options and choices for people on everything from a studio apartment to a very large lot home. So, and our overall growth in the community, it's urban. We know what the managed growth tier looks like. We all know. And so I do think we have a pretty elegant solution with the service areas to try to put groups together that make sense in a service area like this and pay in this way. If we were to try to do a countywide solution, and have everybody paying the same amount, that does not make any sense at all. So I'm not sure where exactly that was going, but I do think that this is a good, not that it can't be tweaked and our service area can't be moved around a little bit, but I do think this is the best solution to try to group homes together, because someone who lives in a very small lot home, or, 55 plus communities, this is not the same thing. And us trying to group them together makes sense. This is a good thing. I would like to add one thing that came up when you were talking. If we are going to charge for large 10, 12, whatever cubic yards, I think that we should subtract the 6 that they would already be allowed to have. So if that's how the charging of this would go forward, I think that we should just remove the first 6 yards because that is what they're already paying for. And I don't agree that we should be just lumping the entire, if it's 12 cubic yards, I do believe that we should subtract the 6 at least. So that's that.
Mr. Pelowitz, do you have a comment on that?
I guess my question is that the consensus now that we move forward with is trying to find a way in the next contract to credit the 6 and only charge the difference?
I think we'd all be good with that.
Yep.
I
Okay,
definitely.
then that's what we'll
a
move
great
forward
suggestion.
with, and the haulers will just price it accordingly.
Thank you. Commissioner Bernard and then Commissioner Baxter.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree with the subtract the 6, because at the end of the day, for me, it's just like if there are 10 cubic yards, I would love to see, it picked up. So, and bringing the hauler back and measuring it, I just don't think that makes sense. And I'd love to hear from the haulers to see, because they haven't weighed in yet, just how do we kind of like figure out a way to pick up the waste and then figure out some type of credit or whatever that allows that to be picked up for the residents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Baxter.
On another, I do agree. I like the idea of they're already there. Let's at least take the 6 cubic yards, not just leave it there. And if you wanted to find a way, potentially, if they were over by 2 cubic yards or 4 cubic yards, to send them, to charge them for that. I mean, I don't know that I love that idea, but I think it's a good compromise. I will also say I love the idea that I forgot to mention earlier of Commissioner Bernard's maybe using technology. If you're allowed 6 cubic yards, is there a way within an app or something, or the haulers, you're allowed so much. I don't know about most people. I don't have time to remove my yard vegetation every single week. So getting 6 cubic yards a week doesn't necessarily always help. But, then what would pricing look like if we did 12 cubic yards every 2 weeks? I don't know if that helps or makes it worse, but something along those lines, I guess, is what I'm getting at.
We'll take a look into it and see if there's creative ways to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
The challenge is obviously we don't want the haulers spending time measuring piles when they need to be picking stuff up, because that too is going to lower their productivity and increase the price. But maybe there's a way.
There's an app that
We
they
can
need
take
to
a look at it and see if there's something out there. We've got the haulers, most of them are in the room. We'll talk to them at a later date and see what they've got.
And lastly, I will say, I do know it's supposed to be representative of the entire acreage. We do have 17,000 homes, so 10% of that is 1,700. That's quite a bit unhappy. That's not an insignificant amount, and I just don't want that to get lost on this conversation.
Thank you. Wow. Those are all of our questions.
You do have 2
Mac, your light is
cards,
still on?
Madam Chair?
I'm going back to
Yeah,
Commissioner Bernard.
I know for me, like, I did my landscaping, and it was my first time that I put out for the whole year, and I guess I exceeded my cubic yard minimum, and they left it. I'm like, I haven't used it for a whole year, and all of a sudden, like, you didn't pick it up, and you wanted to charge me an extra amount. I've never used it. So I just think that there are ways that we can, not punish someone for just using the one time or a year and they're being, hit with the bill.
Thank you. Well, why don't we have some public comment, so let's take some public comment.
Madam Chair, if I one more
Oh.
note on that.
Commissioner Baxter?
There actually was something I just reminded me of, so thank you, Commissioner. If we could potentially add to the contracts, maybe twice a year, larger accommodations for removal prior to storms, look at what just happened with a hurricane, tornadoes, is that a potential?
Yeah, everything's a potential. So yeah, we could. It's just a question of how you accomplish it and what it costs. But with the haulers, that would probably require them relying heavily on subcontractors because they don't keep equipment sitting around. The amount of equipment they provide is based upon the service to provide. So there may be a way to do it. We can approach them with it, get comments, and then come back at a later date if that's potentially an option, and with what the impacts would be, and the board can make a decision at that time as to whether they want to try something like that.
Because especially people know a storm are coming, they want to clear out a lot of vegetation. We have a huge problem right now in my area, acreage lots. You can go drive around. There's a ton of vegetation everywhere with no option prior to the storm of a larger collection. And if there were 6 cubic yards, it got left there, or more than 6 cubic yards. So again, this also goes into a safety factor as well, allowing enough vegetation to be removed. So.
Yes, I agree. And just for information, that's why we ask people to try and maintain their properties year-round. Because if we get a bunch of people putting out big piles right before a storm gets there, the route's not going to get done, and those piles are going to be sitting there when the storm comes through.
In a perfect world, yes, that'd be great.
That is what would happen. And our experience generally has been that those piles don't move, but that's been in a Category 1 or Category 2. We haven't had a Category 4, which likely might move the piles. So, it just creates projectiles potentially, and that's why we try to encourage people. That's why we use our Trim Today, Don't Delay theme we've used for years, which is we start that promotion, in the spring to try and get people to do this stuff before June when hurricane season starts, because we know that we might get 4 days notice a storm is coming, but the haulers don't have the resources if everybody puts out a 6-yard pile, let alone a 12-yard pile. And then we're going to be getting the calls, and there's just no way to satisfy anybody at that point in time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I just, Dan, maybe you can explain how this works. I get serviced by the city of West Palm Beach, and it doesn't happen consistently every year, but most years they come in, we get a notification in May that we have an amnesty for 2 weeks or something. Can you explain how, and I know it has to do with the credits that they have and how that works, and is there something like that could be available, for the unincorporated areas, or the SWA or direct service areas?
So the way the system works is because we bill residents on the tax bill for 100% of the disposal service, they've prepaid for their solid waste generation, the disposal of it. So they pay for 1.1 tons of garbage and 0.85 tons of vegetation. For the municipalities, to keep it simple, the municipalities receive credits from us for what's already been paid. Just multiply the number of units by those generation rates, and that's the number of credits they get. If they generate less and they come in and they have excess credits available, then they have the ability to bring in more vegetation without paying a tipping fee. And so in the city of West Palm Beach, they typically have these excess credits. And so they do these amnesties because essentially they're getting the disposal of the vegetation for free. And they do it with their own resources. But they do pay for it, and the residents are paying for it. It's in their bill somewhere because those trucks and those personnel are all having to operate and do this. We could, if we did it as well, the haulers would price it. They'd find a way to accomplish it. And to what extent that's a massive price or a small increase, I don't know at this point. But you could certainly ask them, and once we get to the process of going through the bid documents and them commenting on the levels of service and the contractual requirements, they will provide input and let you know what they believe the impact is going to be. Certainly, it's going to have to be paid for. But the question is, how do they mobilize the equipment to do it? And if it's planned, then they probably have the ability to get with their subs and find a way to mobilize equipment. So if you schedule a date 6 months from now and you tell them they need to do this, on in this area on March 10th and in this area on March 17th, they can probably find a way to do it. But again, it's an option. If that's what the board wishes, we can certainly entertain it and certainly put it into the contract documents.
Okay. We actually have 3 cards. I'm going to, Mr. Casagrande, you are a hauler, correct? So I'm going to go out of order with the cards because I think you can answer some of the questions that we've posed. So if you wouldn't mind coming up. And if we can figure out how to do the timer, we'll do it. If we can't, there you go. Go right ahead. Oh.
Oh, there it is. Sorry. John Casagrande, Senior Vice President for Coastal Waste and Recycling. I have been part of this process for the 30 years that Mr. Pelowitz has talked about. Back when Commissioner Aronson was happy to know when he drove the process, it was nicknamed after him, the Aronson Method. So there are a lot of questions that you have. The first thing I'd like to suggest is that obviously Mr. Pelowitz get with the haulers and get their feedback and get you guys the questions that you need, because there's so many. 3 minutes is not going to be enough for me to address what goes on. But some of them that Commissioner Marino, the 4 days a week to 6 days a week, we don't have a problem working 6 days a week. The truck maintenance gets done at night. We have many municipalities that stay 6 days a week. And right now, in today's economy, if our employees are home, they're usually taking a second job on Saturday. So we rather have them and pay them and work off. So 6 days a week is not an issue, and it also gives you, the county, the benefit of the utilization of the assets over 6 days and gives you a better price. So I'm sure my counterparts would tell you the same thing. Another issue, I know Loxahatchee was brought up. If we can have that slide back up there to give you all an idea, something I think that's missed. We service Loxahatchee, and we've negotiated over the 5 years some different contracted amendments. The price in Loxahatchee will be $38.63 this January. Why that's been that way, if you look at the starting price, it wasn't much different than the starting price. What Loxahatchee did was put some of the cost into the commercial. And that's what I think what's missing from this presentation is the commercial at this point in time, in this day and age we are, needs to pay their fair share of what goes on. The commercial has been a fixed rate here by the authority for probably forever. For as far as I go, I believe it's $3.40, and it's not a bid item. So any increase in cost, we have no way to push that back onto on the commercial. And the commercial throughout the state of Florida, in some of those other contracts you read, Port St. Lucie and Lee County, the commercial is bid on. So I suggest that you all think about the commercial and multifamily paying their fair share of what the increase is. You have pricing that is pre-COVID. I want you to, it's going to be a little bit of sticker shock, but if you look at those slides again, Port St. Lucie is post-COVID, and they are 100% higher than what you're paying today at once a week. So those are the things I like to tell you that, and I ran out of time, but the equipment we use, your residential services require 4 different types of equipment. So understand again what you're asking. One for the automation for the garbage, one for the recycling because it's dual stream. That truck can only be used for dual stream. For the above, if you wanted 6 larger piles, we used clamshells, and that's the subcontractor that Mr. Pelowitz was talking about. And of course, the regular garbage truck to do some of the bulk. So it's labor intensive, but we're willing to do it. But we need the 6 days, and I suggest again a meeting with all the haulers to get a great workshop, so you all can come back here in February and have answers to probably 99% of your questions.
Thank you. And Mr. Saban, you can piggyback on that conversation.
Exactly. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board, staff, Jeff Saban, WM, formerly Waste Management. As you can tell, some of the haulers have different concepts on how we formulate and route our work, and we've had a lot of discourse with your staff, with Dan and Paul over this same period, and we do concur that we would like more time to have input with you and submit our suggestions in writing to you. And also, there are a couple things that weren't mentioned as well. And JC, who could be my daddy, said something about everything automated. Lessons reduce the cost, obviously. So even carted yard waste. I know that places a lot of limitations, but that would be potentially for your materials that are plastic bagged. That's the other thing. Do you really want to continue bagging your yard waste in plastic bags? There are many things you can think about, and you already have, but that enter into the conversation that can lessen cost, be environmentally friendly, be sustainable, and also look at our work-life balance for our employees. Because we are along the same lines as 5-day work week, because that does give us opportunity to give our folks that time off. It contributes to a safer and more healthy workforce for us as a company. But carted yard waste, there's some discussions we can have about that, and maybe not including plastic bags for your yard waste to better manage that may save you a lot of money in the long run. But we have those types of suggestions. Would like to get with your staff again to share some of those. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Larson?
It's always painful to watch these meetings. If you don't know what the 6 cubic yards is, they had a big box out here in the hallway for years. Maybe you should put it out again that shows what the 6 cubic yards is. Then everybody will have a visual. Because visuals help, you know? Is it 4 feet by 6 feet? Whatever. Geometry, basic geometry. But it sounds like we're micromanaging the trash now. We're just like, it's just... Lord, I mean, hopefully you can come to some agreement on things, because I know the Wednesday and Saturday works for some people, Monday and Friday, but if you put everything out on Wednesday, you got giant piles hindering traffic, because these people put them out, and sometimes it does lean out into the road, because I do drive around the acreage and Boca Raton, because one time I was arguing how much trash was being generated by each area. I went and drove around to look, because there's more trash here. Sometimes there's more yard waste here. And maybe we should just charge one fee for the whole county. It'll make it evil for everybody, but they won't be happy with it. Somehow you got to come to a compromise of some sort, I hope, commissioners, because like Ms. Baxter talked about, if you don't have any kids, why should you pay for school? We do balance things here in our county. We have to. So hopefully you'll come to a good agreement. But they did. They had a big box out in the hallway, didn't they, Paul? Forever. And it showed everybody what the 6 yards was. Because I had no idea. Because I even asked, well, what size refrigerator? Because I have an old-fashioned one with a freezer on top. Some people have one that's a Magnum freezer that's huge, a refrigerator. So thank you for your time. But I hope you come to some kind of decision, because this was painful to listen to.
Mr. Martin.
Drew Martin. I'm here on behalf of the Sierra Club, Loxeti Group. I want to, first of all, commend the gentleman who mentioned the environment and not using plastic bags for yard waste. That's just a wonderful solution, and I hope that the Solid Waste Authority will listen to him. really yard waste. And, what I've found in my yard is, a lot of times you don't have to pick up all that yard waste. I mean, obviously large limbs or something, which really should be ground up and mulched. But, I can set things out. I don't sweep up all my leaves. I let them mulch back into the ground. You're not supposed to sweep up your grass. When you cut it, you're supposed to leave it there, let it mulch back in. And what we're really trying to do is get people educated so they understand that you don't have to clean all that up and put it out. Now, as far as the amount, it seems to me I would agree with Commissioner Bernard that if you get 6 yards per week for, 54 weeks or whatever, that if you happen to put it all out at a different time, that with automation now, it would seem to me we could have a device that could take a picture of it and then average it out rather than, charging for the extra waste, because as Commissioner Bernard said, maybe he just did that one time. So, but he still was within his rights to do that. Now, I want to disagree with Commissioner Baxter as far as equity. Now, if I'm a responsible person and I don't generate a lot of waste, why should I pay for somebody who's irresponsible and doesn't, pay attention, like to go to the grocery store and they buy a lot of food they're not going to eat, and then they throw it all away. And then they fill up their garbage can. I actually am amazed that my garbage can would be almost completely empty most of the time, and other people have huge amounts of garbage because they're just not responsible in what they buy. They don't think about it. Same thing is if they don't recycle their cardboard, they're going to have a lot of garbage. Cardboard's 100% recyclable. Am I not correct that cardboard can be recycled? With the Amazon now, how many people are buying stuff on a regular basis, but they're not recycling their cardboard? And then we don't recycle a lot of things. Now, we know that not all plastic recycles, but we know what plastic water bottles recycle, 1 and 2. So that should be recyclable. If Florida was more proactive on the environment, we'd have a bottle bill, and people would be using a lot less water bottles because they would have to pay for those water bottles, and they would be reusable. So it seems to me that part of the responsibility of the Solid Waste Authority should be to educate the public on the environment so they produce less garbage, and then they'll have less cost, and then we'll all be happier. Thank you.
Well, that's it for our questions. So, Mr. Pelowitz, what would you like from us at this point?
At this point, I think we'll close the first topic of conversation, take a break for lunch, and come back at a time when the board thinks is sufficient, and we'll move on with the second half of the workshop.
1 o'clock is great, if that's okay with the rest of us. 1 o'clock? Okay, we'll break till 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Everyone, hopefully you all have a great day and you'll have as much fun as I've had. Thank you.
Thanks, Frank. Wow, this is great. Thanks for having me. You know, as a young teen, I got my start by writing and performing in plays in my local church, all while auditioning and honing my craft. Like the legendary Burt Reynolds, I too have a passion for teaching and giving back to the community. So I commend all of you for dedicating yourselves to the arts and following your dreams. You should all give yourself a round of applause. Now, let's take a look at our college feature short finalists. Our finalists includes a film chronicling the journey of a resilient man grappling with the aftermath of his turbulent first love, a period piece about a young African-American man who confronts his past to overcome changing a flat tire, and a film that explores the themes of grief and intergenerational conflicts.
Sometimes we're so hopeful for a happy ending that we let it cloud how we see the present. But I'll tell you this, the love that you deserve isn't gonna come from someone who brings you so much pain and hurt.
All you have is problems. I don't want problems. Problems. Or maybe just opportunities to grow stronger. Things become problems when you're not prepared to handle them. Not me. Living near a sundown town as a young colored man mean problems gonna find you, whether you deserve it or not. You handle these situations as opportunities to grow your courage.
Can we at least take old Bertha out for a ride to visit Mom?
And the cemetery's a bit of ways, though, so we're gonna need some gas.
I cannot remain far from you any longer. The line! I cannot remain far from you any longer.
Yes. I will walk, I set upon my thoughts.
You know you can ask me anything, and I'll always answer truthfully.
You too.
Why are you more upset at your mom than sad for your grandpa?
What?
I mean...
My grandpa's not gonna die.
I didn't say that.
He's recovering.
The third place winner and recipient of $1,250 from the University of Miami, After Mountains, Julie Pele.
I just want to thank the festival for selecting my film. It was an amazing surprise for me and for people to, appreciate my work. I'm very grateful. I'm losing my English also, I'm sorry. I'm grateful for my family who was supposed to be here today, but because of French strikes, they couldn't come, so I just want to thank them for always supporting me, and my production designer who's here in the crowd, and also producer and friends who supported me all the way.
Congratulations, Julie. Our second place winner and recipient of $1,500 from Ringling College of Arts and Design for Spare Me, Wilderly Marterset.
I had no idea I was coming up here, and my friend Rainey was like, you should write something anyway. So I did. Thank you, Rainey. I'd like to say thank you to my cast and crew. I'm from Sarasota, Florida. If you guys know where that's at, it's on the opposite side of where we're at now. We have a theater called West Coast Black Theater Troupe, and that's where my cast is from, my actors. I want to say thank you to my fellow classmates who was the crew of the production. My producer, Tony Gallucci, my family, friends. I have friends here from LA, San Diego, and Sarasota. Thank you to Student Showcase of Films, and thank you to all 47 judges. I'm grateful to be here. This is truly amazing. This is one of the best shows I've ever been to. So congratulations to all you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
And finally, the first place winner and recipient of $2,000 from the University of Florida, Sweet Nothing, Luigi Benscomé.
Sweet Nothing is a film that came from a place of deep sadness, but over the many long months has turned into such a great source of happiness. A film I'll always look back on with a lot of happiness and fond memories, where many difficult yet beautiful lessons were learned along the way, and lessons I couldn't have learned without my amazing co-director and writer, Carolina, and my amazing co-producer, Shantae, who's in the audience. We call each other Big Three because we were each other's everything throughout this whole process. We were on a budget of $0, so the fact that we were able to make this is impressive.
This is Max Headroom, and what you're about to witness is one of the most sinister-sounding intros to a trailer to one of the greatest epics ever produced in the history of television. And there's more, because you are going to see it as well.
Yes, it.
Yes, it. Yes, namely, the Max Headroom story. And afterwards, that is directly following, I want to talk to you about something even bigger, namely, Max Headroom. So,
sit back,
relax, and enjoy my film.
An internationally renowned artist and someone widely regarded as the father of digital art, he was the official artist of the 57th Grammy Awards. He's had his work featured on the cover of Forbes magazine and created the Think Different ad for Apple, if you guys remember that one. His biography can be found in the Who's Who of the American art world. Please welcome Lawrence Gartell.
Today's winning design will have the honor of representing the 30th anniversary of the Palm Beach Student Showcase of Films. Here are this year's finalists in the poster design category. And the winner of the poster design category and the recipient of $1,000 from South Tech Academy for Floral Sunset is Cindy Perez Matias.
Thank you to everyone who supported me for this poster. All the judges, thank you for choosing me. And I want to thank the school and especially Mr. White, my teacher, who supported me and encouraged me to finish this project. And I want to thank my mom and my sister for coming here with me. I love them so much. Thank you.
Welcome to Altair 4, gentlemen. I am to transport you to the residence. If you do not speak English, I am at your disposal with 187 other languages along with their various dialects and sub-tongues.
Colloquial English will do fine, thank you. This is no offense, but you are a robot, aren't you?
That is correct, sir.
As the curtain draws to a close on the 29th Annual Palm Beaches Student Showcase of Films, I want to give a huge thank you to Andrew of the Maltz and George and the entire staff here at the theater. Give them a hand. It's been such a great home for us. Congratulations to all of you, the finalists, the winners, the sponsors, the judges, the presenters, the volunteers, and the special guests. Thank you, guys. To our students, keep those cameras rolling and let your imagination soar. Let your artistry pixelate and your algorithms generate the cinematic masterpieces of tomorrow.
What about me?
I'm almost done. Can you just please...
Well, you should have let me do more. You hardly let me speak.
Do you want to do the rest?
It's only right.
It's all yours.
On behalf of the Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners, the Department of Housing and Economic Development, the Palm Beach County Tourist Development Council and the Palm Beach County Film and Television Commission, we thank you for attending the 29th Annual Palm Beaches Student Showcase of Films. Submissions for next year's competition will open this October. Go to pbfilm.com to learn how you can be part of next year's wave of filmmakers. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Have a great weekend, everyone.
Falcon 3, come in.
Gotta say, sir, I've seen a lot of nice work, but what happened to our character animation?
There isn't any, Collins, because that parking stunt you pulled blew our entire budget. Now we're just a couple of thumbs. I hope you're happy with yourself, rookie.
2 thumbs up?
Collins, contact home base, please.
This is ground control to Major Thumb.
You're not funny, Collins. I'd rather you focus on how we're gonna get out of here.
Sorry, sir. I guess we'll just have to thumb a ride.
Oh, jeez.
Welcome to Palm Beach County's Community Bulletin Board. Stay tuned to find important information on county services including Palm Tran routes, road construction and closures, bids for county services, government employment, Crime Stoppers, PBC TV 20 programming, meet your commissioners, events and announcements, and much more. Thank you for watching Palm Beach County's Community Bulletin Board. Please check the PBC TV20 online program guide for future airtimes at pbcgov.com.
Alrighty, we are going to reconvene this workshop for the Solid Waste Authority. We are now on future replacement of Palm Beach Renewable Energy Facility number 1. I think this is going to be a heavy, oops, sorry, Mr. Pilowitz, thought you were there. I think this might be a heavy lift, but an important one. So why don't I just say, take it away.
All right, so this is the second part of our workshop. As you're aware, and as we've discussed in the past, the operation and maintenance agreement for our renewable energy facility number 1 expires in 2029. We have the option for a 5-year extension. We also have the issue of the new MACT standards, which potentially could affect it as well. The facility is reaching its end of life. It was originally constructed in 1989. It was completely refurbished in 2009. So we are going to present to you today some background on waste tonnage, waste flow, alternatives for the replacement of Ref 1 on this site, 3 different siting options on this site. And additionally, we're going to provide some projections of future rates that potentially could result from this replacement. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Romano Carey, and he's going to do the presentation. Feel free to ask questions during, if you wish. This kind of works better for that than the previous one.
All right.
So feel free to interrupt and ask any questions you have.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. So this is the agenda I have for this afternoon for Ref 1's replacement. I'm going to go through the purpose and goals of the workshop, talk a little bit about the proactive planning and the growth that's happening in Palm Beach County, and also touch upon benefits of waste to energy with a focus on waste to energy in Palm Beach County, and also the location options here on this site. I have 3 options there, and also I'm going to present the schedule for each option. And then Dan's going to take over and present the financial analysis and the assessment rates that we are projecting at the time the facility is going to be online and beyond, and also talk about the next steps.
Perfect.
So the purpose here obviously is planning for Ref 1's end of life, and as Dan mentioned, 2029 is when the current operating agreement expires, and we have options for renewal. And with the MAG standards, it may be a better idea to replace it, but then, we'll go into that. And also plan for future growth, about 1.5 million right now to about 1.8 million by 2050. And as you know, these facilities take, up to 10 years from planning concepts to operation. And also depends on, what location is chosen for the facility. So definitely we're within the planning horizon, and we're going to look at the benefits of waste to energy, and then location options, financial projection, and steps to move forward. So let's look at the capacity that we have today. Renewable energy facility number 1, or REF 1. approximately 800,000 tons a year. This was commissioned back in 1989, and we did a refurb in 2009. So the current agreement for operations and maintenance, it expires in 2029. So there are 2 renewal options available each 5 years. And as you know, we have a power purchase agreement with FP&L, and that expires in April of 2032, and with an option to extend in June until June of 2034. So basically, the options we have for F1 is, shut down in 29 or 34, that's with a 5-year extension, or take it until 2036 until the new facility is going to be online. So Ref 2, million tons a year. This was online in 2015, and it's a 20-year operating agreement, so that expires in 2035. And the power purchase agreement expires in 2034. That could be renewed. And so we anticipate operations for this facility through 2055, when that would reach a 40-year useful life. So let's look at the population growth in Palm Beach County. You may have seen this thing or different versions of this. So the growth is happening in the western parts of the county and the northwest parts of the county. So this is a different chart. So the line that you see at the top right there, that's population, and it's represented by this axis here. So we're at about 1.5 million population right now, and projected to go to 1.8 by 2050. And the bars that you see below are actual waste tonnages. The darker lines are basically historical values, and the lighter lines are projections. So when we closed the books last year, we're at 2.2 million tons in 2023. This is a landfill depletion model that we update annually. And what this shows is landfill depletion happening in the year 2054 right here. And again, the blue line is the historical value, and the orange line is the projection. So to look at capacity, we had 5 different what-if analysis. The first one I have is what if we maintain the current capacity pretty much indefinitely, right? So we have 2 waste energy facilities. So this is the amount of waste that we generate, 1.5 million tons of garbage and about 500,000 tons of vegetation. And the block that you see at the bottom is Ref 2 capacity at 1 million tons, right there. And then Ref 1 adds another 800,000 tons, so that takes it to 1.8 million tons. And as I mentioned before, 2029 is the current operating agreement that ends for Ref 1. And again, if we keep the capacity indefinitely, again, you see this block extending pretty much forever. Same thing for Ref 2. In that scenario, we have landfill capacity until 2054. And please keep in mind, this, little sliver that you see, that's waste landfill on site without being processed at either refs. And then beyond 2054, all the waste goes outside the county, beyond and about 1.8 million tons. So the second what-if scenario I have is, what if we don't replace Ref 1? And what happens then? So you do have the Ref 2 capacity again, the blue block there at 1 million tons. And Ref 1 capacity ends in 2029. So we have 1.8 million tons of capacity until 2029. And beyond 29, it drops down to 1 million. So in that case, waste is landfill on site here, which is this block right here. And then in that scenario, the depletion of landfill capacity happens in the year 2044. And beyond that time, anything above 1 million tons, it has to be sent outside the county. So what are the capacity options that are available to us? So we put this thing together. Obviously, there's an option to site a new landfill in Palm Beach County to take care of that disposal, or replace Ref 1, or the third option is ship the waste outside Palm Beach County. But, any option that we choose, these are the 3 things that we keep in mind here. The scale, we're looking at something that can handle 1 million tons a year of capacity that is needed to replace REF 1. REF 1 is 800,000, but to handle the additional growth that's, in Palm Beach County, so we need 1 million tons a year. And also, we need to choose something that's reliable and proven, right? So it's not the technology that's lab scale and unproven, so it has to be proven. And also, when we get into operating agreements, it has to be fairly long-term, at a minimum 20 years on the O&M side. And keeping that in mind...
Hold on one second, sorry. Commissioner Weiss, I didn't see your light on.
That's okay. Thank you. My question is there any potential for having REF 1, when it's redone, to be able to handle more than 1 million tons?
It's possible. When we're citing it, so there's footprint available. If you have to build something, let's say 1.2 million or whatever, it could be done.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So what you're saying is that depending on where we site it on the parcel, we can expand
Yeah,
more?
there's site constraints, which I will go into, so, and some of the options are limited, so if you're choosing 1 million tons, one of the site options it's pretty constrained. But there are other locations, where you can have a bigger facility.
But having a bigger facility might mean we have to, never mind, we'll get there. We'll get there when you get to that slide. I saw that slide already. Because I read the material.
So depending on the options we choose, the capacity of the landfill across the street, it could be depleted either in 2044 or 2054. So this option we have here, what if we extend REF 1's life by 5 years without replacement, right? Meaning, we're taking it from 2029, extending it 5 years until 2034. So in that case, so we gain about 2 years. So the landfill depletion goes from 2044 to 2046. And again, beyond 2046, we have to export all this waste in the red block there. And this is the other option. What if we replace REF 1 with a new REF? So again, you have that 1 million tons capacity at REF 2, and then REF 1 capacity ends in 2029. So we're closing REF 1 in 2029. And then we take 5 years to build a new facility. So this block that you see here, this is waste landfill on-site, or it could go off-site. And then you bring in a new facility in year 2034, 1 million tons a year. So now you have, in the year 2034, you have 2 million tons of capacity. The current 1 million ton capacity at REF 2, and an additional 1 million for the new facility. And then by year 2042, there's a thin sliver that starts going off-site here. It's this block right here. And in that scenario, your depletion year is 2057. So this is the final option. This is the best case scenario. What if we extend REF 1 by 5 years, going from 2029 to 34, and replace with a new REF? Again, you have 1 million tons of capacity at REF 2. The current REF 1 operates until 2034, and it closes in 2034. And we bring a new plant online immediately after that. Mm-hmm. So we go from 1.8 million tons until 2034, and 2 million tons after that. So for this case, the depletion year is 2061, right there. And then beyond 2061, there's a small amount of waste that goes off-site. So I'm going to talk about benefits of waste energy, especially in Palm Beach County. So we have a pretty good track record of managing this waste for 35 years. And so far, we've handled north of 30 million tons of waste since inception. And this provides an environmentally sound solution to manage almost 2 million tons of waste post-recycle in Palm Beach County. And it generates 170 megawatts of power. That's 90,000 homes. And as you know, we use the latest and greatest air pollution control technology because we are the cleanest plant in North America. And we also recover 56,000 tons of metals every year that would otherwise be landfill. And that basically helps us in our recycling efforts. And as you know, waste to energy reduces greenhouse gas compared to landfills. This is a better option. And it also reduces the waste volumes by 90%. So, which extends the useful life of the landfill, so you don't have to site a landfill in the near future. And as you know, we also beneficially use ash aggregates in construction. You know, whether it's asphalt or concrete, low strength, we beneficially use those aggregates. And that's the reason why, you know, we have the highest recycling rates in the state of Florida for a second year in a row, and a landfill diversion rate of more than 75%. Now let's look at location options here. We have 3 options here, and I'll just give you general orientation. North is this way.
Hold on one second. Greg, your light is on. Did you have a question? No. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Carr.
So this is Jog Road here, and Beeline up there, and Turnpike here. So this is just south of our admin building, right? So this is Ref 2, Ref 1. So the first footprint I have is locate the new facility within the footprint of Ref 1. And that's option 1 right here. And the second one here is north of Ref 2. There's an open area there, and north of Ref 2, and that's another location that we're proposing. And the third one is south of Ref 1, which is close to 45th Street. So option 1, this is the Ref 1 location. This is viable areas big enough to locate this facility. And again, you know, I mean, if we have to build a slightly bigger than 1 million tons, you know, we could probably look at that for this footprint. And for this option, waste would be landfilled or diverted for 5 years.
This is the option where we would be tearing down the building that we're using right now.
Correct.
So we
Correct.
have to find alternate
Correct.
means.
Right. So we won't have this facility for processing waste for 5 years between the demolition and actually the new plant coming online. So for those 5 years, you have to send the waste somewhere else, you know, either to our landfill or offsite.
But capacity could be more than 1 million.
It could be more than 1 million.
Okay. Yeah. You probably want to give us what the capacity could be if that was the option we chose, whatever max
Yes,
capacity.
you know, we can, at a future date, you know, we can work out the details and, you know, I mean, see how big the footprint would expand. Because what you see there right now is based on
A duplicate.
1 million tons. Yeah. And so it's almost similar to Ref 2. Mm-hmm. And if it needs to be sized bigger, you know, then we can come back with options.
Thank you.
And obviously, waste is diverted for 5 years, either on-site or off-site. And as far as regulatory consideration, you know, since this is within the same footprint of Ref 1, there are no impacts to wetlands. And obviously, we need to get a new air permit because we're increasing the capacity, and the emissions are going to be different because, you know, this is cleaner technology, but still we have to go through air permitting and get it approved. And we also have to modify the Power Plant Siting Act. And the schedule impacts, you know, this is mostly driven by the demolition of Ref 1 prior to construction. And I'll go over the schedule in detail later on. So that's the main driver for this option. And it's estimated that it'll take about 8 years, or slightly less than 8 years for construction. And capital cost, it's plus or minus $1.5 billion. And operating fees would be $50 million annual. That's starting year 2034. And the financial impacts for this option, and obviously we're going to lose some SWA landfill capacity if we use our landfill for that duration of 5 years, or if we were going to ship it off-site, it's going to cost us for that diversion, hauling, and disposal. And since this facility is not going to be operating, Ref 1's not going to be operating for 5 years, we're going to lose some electric revenue, which is roughly, you know, last year was about $25 million. But at the same time, you know, you're going to save not paying the operator their operating fee, which is, you know, close to $50 million there. So the next option is north of Ref 2. And again, you know, waste diversion in this case is not required because this doesn't impact current operations. So Ref 1 and Ref 2 can operate until the new plant is online. So we can keep going until this plant is online and then take care of the demolition for Ref 1. Regulatory considerations, we may need a dredge and fill permit because the areas that you see along this lake here, if this encroaches on some of the footprint or access roads or anything, we may have to fill this area to the west.
May, but not must.
Not must. Again, I mean, this is not final design, and, when we get to final design, we'll optimize everything and, try to avoid it. But at the same time, I just want to present a full picture. It may need some backfilling the lake on this side here. And again, it's like potential impact to wetlands mitigation, if that needs to happen. And as always, we need air construction permit and PPSA, it's the same for each option. So the schedule impacts for this option, again, the lake backfill, if it's needed, is going to drive some of the schedule there. And we also need to relocate the scale house when that happens. This is the scale house here, this is the planned scale house, and we may have to relocate that, and we may have to reconfigure the access roads because...
Commissioner Woodward.
Sorry, a slight delay on this question, but the previous location, you said that we would lose the electric, we get money from FPL for what we put into it, but we wouldn't have to pay the $50 million.
Right.
However, we would be diverting our trash elsewhere.
Yes.
What's the cost of that?
Yes, that's all factored into the cost here, the $1.5 billion. Dan's done an analysis, he's going to present later on. So
I'm going to present so the rate impacts of the different alternatives. So I'll
Okay,
show
I
you a
can wait.
chart that has it on there.
Okay.
Thank you. Continue. Thank you.
So the financial impacts, basically, you may have to do the lake backfill here, relocation of the scale house, and reconfigure some of the access roads here. And also, this may encroach on the education center, which is located right here. So if we need to avoid this area, we may have to push the facility further to the south and to the east. When that happens, we may have to rebuild this maintenance building, that's there for Ref 2, and also the education center. So that way, we can avoid backfilling the lake. So, there are some options we're looking at. And again, this would be the least disruption to the current operation. So both Ref 1 and 2, they can operate, and the construction of this new facility can go on until it's ready, and then we can take Ref 1 offline. And this is also offering a seamless transition. So the third location I have here is the southern option. Basically, you're looking at, this is Ref 1 here. So this is Jog Road, and it's before you make the turn onto 45th Street. It's there. As you can see, the aspect ratio for this site is not the greatest. It's long and narrow. So where it has an impact is on circulation and access and everything. But more important than that, it's the regulatory considerations, that's going to drive the schedule for this option, because this has impacts to wetlands and conservation area here. And so, again, we have to get air permits and Power Plant Siting Act modifications just like any other option. And there are also permits and permit modifications that are needed to relocate. There's a lot of utilities in this area, and we have our facilities here. We have our maintenance building. We have the deep injection well, if we go there, and home chemical drop-off area. All these facilities need to be built prior to commencing constructions within this footprint. So there's a lot going on within this footprint here. And again, the estimated implementation duration, we're thinking, this plant could be brought online by 2036. So that's basically, 2 years later than the other options. And the capital cost is slightly higher. It's $1.6 billion, and that's because we have to build some of the facilities that are needed to replace this footprint. And operating fees, it's the same as other options. In year 2034, you're looking at $50 million a year. And financial impacts for this option, basically demolition and reconstruction of all the existing infrastructure is going to drive the schedule for this, and financials. Schedule summary. So I have, again, 3 options. The north option here, this is north of Ref 2. This is within the footprint of Ref 1 location here in the middle, and the southern option. So I have broken this thing down into different tasks here. The permitting for the first one, it needs to start by fall of next year, 2025, Q3. We start the planning and permitting, and the procurement needs to start. Procurement meaning, preparing the design criteria package and bid documents and everything. That needs to start middle of 2027. And we have the award date here, Q2 of 2030. And then the design is going to start, and then after a year or so, the design and construction would be in parallel, and the plant's going to be online mid-2034. And this contemplates, extending the REF1 contract, operating contract by 5 years from 2029 to 2034. And once this new plant is brought online, we can demolish REF1. And that's going to happen mid-2034. It could take about a year. So moving on to the REF1 location here. The planning and permitting should start like middle of 2026, and it's typically a 4-year process for this option, and the procurement needs to start mid-2027.
I'm going to interrupt you for a second, Mr.
Sure.
Kari. Mac, would you like to say something?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I guess my question that I'd like to find out is, at some point, are we going to need an REF3? And
No, it's a good question. It's great.
Because I think that would help me to know whether or not we would want to, if we decide to go with the northern option, then we can use the REF1 for a future if we're going to need it for, in the future for REF1 for REF3.
So I guess I'll take that one. Based upon our planning right now, I don't believe that 3 waste energy facilities on this site would be necessary.
Okay.
However, making the REF1 site available for other needs would certainly be beneficial. We potentially, in the future, we don't know what technologies are going to come about, what technologies will evolve. We may end up, when REF2's end of life comes, we may need some other technology to locate on that site. I don't know what it would be, but there may be a proven technology that comes out that's superior to waste energy 10 years from now, and we may want to do that. So having that flexibility is beneficial. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's what that would help me a lot. So thank you for that answer.
Commissioner Weiss?
It sort of made sense to me that, because if you have that site, that REF1 site available, if there's at some point you're going to have to either replace REF2 with another facility or whatever new technology you're going to do, then you have that REF1 site, which is already will have been cleared. So if we go to the north, and then we have. And potentially, if you do need 3, you potentially have the option for having 3 sited there. So that it seems like it has the most flexibility going forward. Okay. But yeah, you could just rotate them out.
I think it does give us the most flexibility. And we don't know technology-wise where we're going to be in 10 years, 20 years. So having the least impactful option, to me, is the north option. But you have more to say. So
a few more slides. Yep. Thank you. So again, the procurement date for this thing, procurement starts in mid-2027 for this REF1 option, and this award date is pretty much the same as the northern option. It's mid-2030. The goal is to bring the plant online here in 2034. And the main thing here for this option is, obviously, you have to start demolition of REF1 in 2029. So the operating contract ends 30th of September in 29. So it's about a 2-year process to do the demolition and site clearing and everything. So they get a clean site for construction, which could take about 3 years. And during the same time frame, as I mentioned before, there's waste diversion. Either send it to our landfill or send it off-site, which is shown by this task right here. It's for about a 5-year period there.
I think I can save you some time. I don't think any of us want to see southern option. Is that correct? The southern option. I think you can skip right over southern option, because that to me is not an option.
Okay. So then turn it over to Dan then.
Okay. So the first thing I wanted to do is show you our existing debt service, so that you understand where we are in terms of debt service. So our current debt service will be fully retired on 10/1/2031. And so the annual debt service in those outer years is in the neighborhood of 73 million. This is depicted in a different way. It shows you the bond series that are outstanding right now. So that 2031 maturity is 72,540,000. The important thing in noting this is we have the ability to wrap the new debt service around this, so it would not be additive, so it minimizes the impact on the ratepayers by doing that. So what we've done is I've looked at a financial model we've used before. Some basic assumptions in the model. We're using 3% inflation. We're looking at the cost estimates that were previously presented. We're assuming debt at 3.5% interest for 20 years in all of these options. So this first option we're looking at is replace Ref 1 this is the northern and southern option on the same slide. So I'm just going to cover the northern option because you've already, I think, indicated you don't like the southern option. So looking at this option, the location would be on the northern footprint, north of Ref 2. The capital cost is assumed at $1.5 billion. The bond proceeds at $1.4 billion because I'm going to assume we're using $100 million of cash that we have. I think we actually have the ability to do that today with our current balance, but I think over time we can generate more reserves and possibly cash fund even more of it, but this is conservatively. What you're looking at in terms of cost, right now our single-family assessment is $194 a single-family home. And so we'd be looking at an assessment rate in 2032 of $264 a single-family home. And I'll show you that on a chart in a little bit. Annual debt service, $98.5 million, so it's about $20 million higher than our 2031 debt service, $26 million. Debt service coverage at 1.57 is healthy. The rating agencies like anything over 1.3, so 1.57 is healthy. And that obviously depends on the level of our R&R and capital budget. So as long as our R&R and capital budget stays in line with where it currently is, that's a solid number. I'm going to skip over the southern option.
Commissioner Weiss, your light is on. Did you have a question? No, I think you're supposed to shut me off. No, I have no control. This thing is on its own here. So if you hit your little button, it'll go off. But Commissioner Woodward, your light is now on.
My light is now on, yes. I did have a question about, just because one of the haulers brought it up earlier about commercial and how commercial pays into the system. We have the single-family assessment rate. How would the commercial play into this?
So we use the single-family rate as kind of a benchmark. Everything is proportional. So if you look at like the multifamily, their current assessment I think is a little over $100 a year. So theirs would be proportionately higher. Commercial is assessed similarly, and so the proportional increase in commercial would be higher because they have there's a split assessment, and maybe it's something I can get to you later. They have a split assessment where they're partial on assessment and partially on tipping fees. So they're assessed in total between what they pay in tipping fees and what they pay on their assessment is equivalent to what residential pays. So theirs is going to move the same in proportion. But if you'd like in future, I can give you what this impact would be on all of our ratepayers. But the single family we use is kind of the benchmark.
Thank you.
So this is a projection of the cost of our single family assessment going forward if you choose the option on the northern site. So we would be there would be the higher cost in the middle. There's a bump there between 2032 and 2034. That there is the period where we're both operating Ref 1 in the extended period and constructing the new facility. So the debt service on the new facility will have come on, and we would still be operating Ref 1. You will see it'll dip a little bit when you get into 2036 into 2035 because we've now shut down Ref 1 and we don't have the continuing costs of Ref 1. So you're looking at $264 a home. We'll go to the next slide. So this slide depicts our rates going back to 2012. The red bar is what our actual rates were, and then going forward, that bar is what our projection is. The blue bar indicates what our rates would have been if they'd gone up by CPI. So this is showing you that historically, over the past 12 years, our rates have been relatively flat. That we haven't been increasing, we've been maintaining low, stable rates, and the rates have been flat. And part of the reason that is because obviously the debt service is fixed. So that's a big chunk of our budget. So the CPI only affects a portion of our budget. But that said, our rates have not been going up like the millage goes up for people who are billed based on valuation. Ours is based on our budget. So looking at that, the CPI is the green bar on the top. It's on the right axis. You're seeing that even with this construction project out to 2034, we're still under the curve when it comes to CPI. The other option thing I'd like to point out is we have the ability between now and that time to rather than just increasing rates a little bit, and we've talked about this before with the board, is to let's smooth that out. Let's look at where we project it's going to be in 2032, where we are now, and try to massage that out and generate additional project funding in cash so that we don't have to bond as much. So that's really the projection. I just want to point out these projections at this point in time are based on a lot of assumptions, and to the extent that interest rates are higher or inflation is higher or whatever it is what it is. Going on to the next option, which is the shutting down Ref 1 in 2029 option, and opening the new ref in 35. This assumes the current footprint. The capital cost is assumed at $1.4 billion because it doesn't include any lake fill or reconstruction of other facilities. Bond proceeds $1.3 billion, again at 3.5% for 20 years. The single-family assessment rate in 2032, $255. So it's about $9 a year lower. In my opinion, it's not significant enough to make a decision based on financials alone. Annual debt service, $91.5 million. Debt service coverage, 1.62, again, healthy. For the waste diversion, what I've assumed in the model here is diverting the 795,000 tons per year that go to Ref 1. A portion of that will go to Ref 2. We'd move some veg that we currently send there out to make room for the garbage. The veg would go to grinding and beneficial use. 40% of the waste of the total 795,000 would be landfilled in our existing landfill, which is basically the equivalent to what we landfill now in residue and ash. So the idea would be to try to maintain the 2054, that timeline. And the balance would be exported to a private out-of-county landfill. I will tell you that the more you export, the more expensive it gets. Right now, the assumption in the model, based on 2024 dollars, is between transportation and disposal, $70 a ton. So that's kind of what the assumption is going into this. Again, you'll see the curve here. It shows 2032 at $255 single-family home, and then again similar. And then once you get farther out, really the only difference is in the debt service amount, which is marginally different, $6-7 million different depending on these two construction costs. And again, a lot of that varies because depending on how much money we're going to put in cash to cash fund the project. So that gives you the idea where we're going. The rates, again, that's less than the previous option. They're below the long-term cost curve. I think they're reasonable and affordable for what people are getting. Unfortunately, the nature of our business is it's a high capital cost business. And so when we build facilities, they're expensive. And so you'd have this, we have this pattern of low flat rates for long periods of time, then with, a significant increase and then low flat rates for long periods of time. That's the way it works. But with that, again, there's no formal decisions to be made here today, but if there's a site you want to take off the table, that would help us out. It sounds like the southern option is one you'd like to take off the table. And then if there are any other discussion points, we're here to answer any questions.
Commissioner Weiss, your light is on. Take it away.
All right, I'll remember to turn it off now. And agreed with what we've said. So I like the idea of northern site, southern site should be taken off. I really the idea of not having to landfill is also, I think, really important, both for our landfill and the potential of having to take it somewhere else. And then as it relates to your the cost, and I know we've had the conversation before, and also I'll just reiterate my my thoughts on this is that the more we can smooth that out for people, so for two reasons. One, so that it's more stable in people's budgeting, and secondarily, because it will save bonding, how much money we're going to have to bond, so that you can put this set more money aside to help cover the cost of this project. So those would be my my points on this. You all have done a phenomenal job in how we handle waste here in this county. I have to hats off to previous boards for their thoughtfulness and taking the big steps 35 years ago in wanting to look for alternatives on how to handle waste in the county. And so I also appreciate us getting we don't have a lot of time, but at least we have a little time to try and get this put organized and ready to go, so future generations, or at least for the next generation and a half, will have some peace of mind on this.
Thank you. Commissioner Bernard.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Sorry that I do have to leave in about 4 minutes, but I do support the option as mentioned. Of course, if there's any possibility of increasing the tonnage instead of 1 million, whatever that's possible, I'd love to see if that's any way to do that, and of course to smooth it out for the residents to make sure that it doesn't hit them all at once. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you. I agree. I like the northern option, and with your numbers of $70 per ton, I did just the quick math on what we would be diverting. It's about $20 million a year in export, and plus adding to our landfills. I don't see why us doing any of that is a good option. I like the northern one. Plus, since Commissioner Bernard brought up having the ability, and Commissioner Weiss, to have that future site, because when is 2055, I think, is when the other one has to come offline. So that would actually give us flexibility before that time to start with the new, whatever the new may be. It might not be this. It could be something, technologically better in the future. So for me, the north option absolutely makes the most sense. So I appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you. Sounds like we're in consensus with the north option. The fact that it's a seamless transition, we don't have to divert waste to somebody else. We've proven, being that we're the #1 facility in the nation, that we're doing it right. We know what we're doing, and given the fact that we wouldn't have to tear down, and gives us more time for, as Commissioner Weiss always talks about, new technology. But then the fact that we have that site in the future, if there's, God forbid, there's ever a need for a Ref 3. I said that quietly. Did you notice? I said that quietly. We can project, and that's what we try to project as accurately as possible. But I think what you've done is given us the down and dirty of what our best options are, and I don't have to say anymore. I think our best option is the northern option. I think as a board, you're getting that consensus.
All right. You have 2 cards, I believe.
We do. Ms. Larson? Drew's right in front of you.
God, I remember this battle, because what really makes me pause is there's a idea of another landfill out there that was mentioned in this paperwork, saying the fact that in the agenda earlier today, we're going to be fighting EPA standards about clean air, where there might be a lawsuit because we don't have the laws that are being projected for cleaning our air, is something that might be in conflict with this thing. That it was in the backup when I read it last night. So I'm very concerned about that, because we had a really big battle because a whole bunch of people didn't want a landfill down south. Then they threatened us here up north, and then we came to this thing. This was the alternative, was this nightmare, which is an incinerator, which the incinerator, when it was presented to us years ago, you guys were not the board, but it presented that we wouldn't have to deal with any of this stuff anymore. This would be the placebo to make everything all better. And I guess we need to go back. I'm going to go back and pull some of those meetings so I'll get my memory correct. But I do remember standing here and being, presented that this would save so many things, the one that we did just a few years ago. Because that was a big battle. There were a lot of people in the streets. They were very upset. I was not one of the protesters in the streets, but they were. So I am concerned, commissioners, because this wasn't even a glimmer in anybody's eye. Nobody said that, when we do this one, we're going to have to do this one when we get to 2023, 2024, 2025. It didn't even get mentioned. So I do have some concerns, and especially when in the earlier agenda today, we're going to be fighting the EPA on standards that need to happen, my humble opinion. Anything that will save our breath is really good for me, because I care about our kids. But I thank you for, at least you took one of them off the plate. I thank you for that.
Mr. Martin.
Drew Martin, I'm here on behalf of the Loxetcha Group of the Sierra Club. Thank you for letting us have public comment. Appreciate that, Chair. I'm going to reiterate what Ms. Larson said about the EPA, and that is we need clean air. And it's a shame that my tax dollars are going to be spent trying to make the air dirty than it needs to be. We opposed the incinerator. We actually hired consultants. We met with the Solid Waste Authority at the time. And we said, first of all, waste energy is not a bargain. And there was a Reveal program. It's an NPR show, which you might want to listen to. I think Mr. Pelowitz was on that show. I can't remember if it was you or your previous. But there was also Diane Reams did a show on this. And EPA said at that time, they had a retired EPA guy, and he said, yeah, this thing is not clean. This is not a clean solution. And when they talk about the benefits, but they don't talk about the drawbacks. And, this is not cheap either. $1.5 billion, this is probably the most expensive thing you vote on. I mean, no one ever talks about, that solid waste is expensive. Mr. Pelowitz did mention that it's capital intensive. He's absolutely correct. But we don't talk about, when we talk about the options, there's no option here to reduce the waste. We don't charge commercial entities enough to get them to reduce their waste. Now, I was on the Soil and Water Conservation District, and what we had were composters. And you can't compost waste. And when you compost waste, your food waste, you reduce it. When you grind, he mentioned grinding the waste and using it environmentally rather than burning it. That's an option. So to me, if you could save $1 billion, I would want to look at some other alternatives. It just seems this whole process is totally directed to one solution. You don't talk about any of the drawbacks to this. You just talk about, there's benefits. But the reality is a lot of those benefits are really false. They're not really truly benefits. Waste energy is not a great solution. It's dirty. It's dirty by standards. Now, the technology in the future is to produce less waste. Clothing is a perfect example. People buy and throw away clothing. Now, more and more clothing is being washed and resold. Food waste. We buy a lot of food we don't need, and we throw it away. I'm curious how many people ate their sandwiches a day. How many people didn't finish? Good.
I ate the whole thing.
And you didn't throw it away.
Waste.
That's good.
I think I ate somebody else's too.
Okay, good. Well, I'm glad to hear that. But anyway, thank you again for letting me comment, and I hope you'll look at some other solutions when you're looking at this.
No worries. Okay. Commissioner Weiss, your light is on.
Thank you. I just a couple things and understand and I'm sure just to reiterate, because not everybody watches every meeting and every conversation. Sometimes we have in private with our director, but a couple things to know is that landfilling is not cheap. Taking land and using it to dump trash on and pile it up is very expensive. But beyond that, the amount of methane that these landfills put out far exceeds what the waste energy plants impact on the environment. And relative to the cost of landfilling is not cheap either. And we're coming up against that. And you know, I think we would all like to see people using less. And I couldn't agree with you more, Drew, and people taking responsibility. However, as stewards and as folks that have to look at this, it's up to us to put in place the plans. And all we know today is how people have operated up until now and how they behave. And we have to plan based on that. It's unfortunate, and here's the great thing. If people do change their habits, if the manufacturers do change how they package products and the amount of waste that's created, everything gets a lot better for us all. But I think it's incumbent on us, and I understand all your points, and they are very well made. But we're looking at an option that I think is untenable to the public, of trying to recite another landfill here in Palm Beach County. And so while it's not perfect, the technology has gotten better. And as to the issue with the EPA is they changed the rules. They changed the rules on us. And there are things we can do to Ref 1 to make it compliant. But that's going to cost the taxpayers here a fair amount of money, and doesn't necessarily are we going to get any. It's not going to make the plant last any longer, and so faced with that, it makes more sense to replace the plant. But they gave us the standards. They didn't change those standards. And now to try and retrofit it is going to be very expensive and cost us money. And quite frankly, the EPA needs to come out with their information to us. So, it's unfortunate, but we play by the rules as they were presented to the Solid Waste Authority at the time that they constructed these plants, and so. We have to protect our assets.
Commissioner Barnett.
Thank you, Chair. Wanted to also add my 2 cents with regards to removing the southern option off the table. I'm in agreement, and yes, in agreement with the consensus of the board on that. But a few accusations were made with regards to the cleanliness of our energy facilities. I think that needs to be addressed. I would not want to be a part of any project that would cause harm to our environment. These renewable energy facilities, waste energy facilities, if they're harming the environment, adding pollutants to our atmosphere. Would you please address that, Dan, and talk about just how clean these energy facilities are?
So, just as some background, in the United States, there are less than 80 facilities operating. In Europe, there are more than 400. Waste energy is the accepted practice, proven technology globally in Europe and in Asia for handling post-recycled municipal solid waste, that is, solid waste that has not been recycled. This waste energy facility, Ref 2, is the only new waste energy facility built in the United States in 25 years. It is the cleanest in the world. It's the cleanest because it has a technology most other facilities aren't using, and that is the selective catalytic reduction technology for the control of NOx. This facility's emissions are, just as an example, the MAX standards will have a minimal impact on REF 2. REF 1 would be more significant because it's 2009 air pollution control technology, which, by the way, is among the cleanest and newest in the United States because it's one of the latest facilities to be retrofit in 2009 technology. So that's a fact. The second issue is, and one thing that people don't recognize, is that waste energy facilities are net greenhouse gas reducers, not increasers. And they do that because they divert waste from landfills. Methane is up to 80 times more potent a greenhouse gas than CO2. Methane from landfills has been identified as one of the most significant contributors to greenhouse gas generation and global climate change by pretty much everyone who's ever looked at it. With respect to the safety of these, obviously we fall under EPA regulation, and EPA regulations are very strict. We have continuous emissions monitoring on the plant, so those emissions are measured, many of them on a continuous basis. Anytime there's an exceedance, it's something that we have to notify DEP on, so we're very serious about it. You should know that I am the responsible official for the Solid Waste Authority, so I am personally responsible and liable for any failure to properly comply with our environmental regulations and failure to report. So it's important to me personally that we do this. I've got an entire department of environmental professionals that work for Mary Beth, whose job it is to ensure that we are in full compliance with all of our permits and all of our requirements, and they inspect all of our facilities all the time. That said, there is no credible study indicating any ill health effects associated with modern waste energy. We've got a study by Dr. Marco Castaldi that he went through and did a study of studies. We've got 84
papers, that
84
this is the study
references
you're referring to.
He made, so in his report, he cited 84 different references, and we've got copies of every single one of them. Waste energy is clean. It is vastly superior to landfilling. The emissions are well within healthful limits. Obviously, there are not zero emissions, but no technology for solid waste has zero emissions. Loading up waste in trucks and shipping it 100 miles away has emissions. It consumes fuel. These waste energy facilities recover resources that would otherwise be entombed in landfills forever. They recover the energy that's embodied in everything everybody throws out. We recover more than 50,000 tons of metals every year that haven't made it into the recycling bins. We're recovering ash and aggregate from ash that can be used in construction instead of using virgin ores or even other recycled ores. And even the metals themselves, those metals can be returned into commerce very easily and without the impact of mining and refining. But, we have the studies to indicate it. We wouldn't do anything if we thought it was unhealthful.
Thank you for that. You said that it would be impossible to have zero emissions, yet these energy facilities are net greenhouse gas reducers. How does that work?
They're net greenhouse gas reducers because the facility does generate CO2 out the stack, but the methane that it prevents being emitted, it vastly exceeds the amount of CO2 emissions from the stack. So that's how they reduce greenhouse gas, by diverting waste from landfills. Waste energy plants, you look at, people want to compare waste energy to other types of, like solar, for example. Waste energy plants do two things. Other types of plants do one thing. They generate electricity. Our plant generates electricity as a byproduct, but it also reduces the volume of waste by 90%, diverts waste from landfills, recovers materials that would otherwise be landfilled, and as such, again, results in a net greenhouse gas reduction. I hope that explains it. So it's in comparison to landfilling. I will say there are technologies available going forward, potentially, that we could look at. CO2 capture is an option for some of these plants. The technology is evolving. It's there in some cases, and the CO2 that we could capture from this plant could potentially put back into commerce and reused either industrially. You can clean it to industrial level, or you can even clean it to food grade level if you want to make that kind of an effort. So that's another option that's also available to make it cleaner.
Thank you. I do apologize, Chair, if we got off track with my question. But I think it's important that some of this misinformation that's going around about the results or the emissions from our waste energy facilities causing harm to the environment be countered here in public or in a campaign to inform the public, to guide them away from any misinformation that's being spread by some of these groups. Is that being done?
We will, as part of this process, do what we did when we, in the REF 2 planning process, is we will put out fact sheets, we will meet with community people, we will go around the county and talk to people and explain the technology to them, as we did before. So yes, we will put all of that out, and we are prepared to put all of that information out, as you can see sitting on the desk over there. So we will do outreach, we will put out the factual information, and the one thing to point out that's really important is this new facility is going to be cleaner than the existing one. Right. So existing REF 1 is going to be replaced with the newest technology, and this new technology is even cleaner than what's in that current facility. So by the time we're done, the emissions from this site will be better than they are today.
Thank you very much for correcting the record.
Thank you.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Chair. You actually took care of some of what I was going to say, both of you. Thank you on that. And thank you for bringing up the European markets, because it was something some actual friends of mine brought up, that they're like, we can't believe you even have landfills here, but land is very much at a premium there. They would never use their land for such purpose. And someone that comes from the South and drives through Georgia on a regular basis, I see what landfills look like. And it's more alarming to me than ever, having been exposed to this and see what we do, that there are parts of the country that are very much just piling garbage on land and then covering it up. And I agree, it would be wonderful if we did not have garbage. If we could get to zero garbage, that would be fantastic. I mean, my husband and I and our 2 dogs generate very little garbage. Most of our stuff is recycling. However, our neighbors, our communities, it's just not the case. So this board has to deal with the reality of the almost 6 million people and the garbage that is generated in this county. And we do take care of our own garbage. We don't send it elsewhere. We don't put it on a train or a truck and send it out of the state or to another county. We are dealing with it. This is the task that this board has, to deal with the amount of garbage that is generated in this population. And for me, landfilling is it's the worst option. We can't do that. We have to do as little of that as possible, which is what this is allowing us to do. Of course, continue with recycling efforts, education in the community. Any number of ways to reduce the garbage would be fantastic. But the reality is we live in a consumer-driven society, and people generate a lot of garbage. And if we don't do this, what are our other options? It's landfill. And of course, zero garbage, but could we get to zero landfill? We're getting to 10% landfill. I think that this is worthwhile. I've been there, and if you haven't taken the tour and you don't understand the amount of garbage we're talking about, take the tour and just look at the truckloads that are coming in. This board is tasked with dealing with that, and I am happy with this moving forward. And again, by the time we're actually building this, there could be even more technologies, carbon capture, that will make this really premier. And hopefully, with the EPA, the new stuff that's coming with that, it will be a really good facility that lasts for decades beyond all of us sitting up here. And, that the one that comes after that, if it's even needed at that point, who knows? Maybe we have gotten to a point where we're not out of garbage and we don't need to do another one. But if we do, this is a better option than landfill any day of the week. So I support this, and thank you all for your work and the presentations.
Thank you. We would be remiss if we did not plan. And that's what we're doing today, is we're planning. Just like we did yesterday when we approved Vanderbilt, a plan that's talked about 150 years from now. We have 7 years before construction, if we're on the timetable that we are right now. And you have no idea what's going to happen in those 7 years. Technology could be, hey, maybe we only have to build 500, who knows, instead of a million, 500,000 instead of a million. But the northern option is the best option. We would be remiss if we did not plan. This is the way we're planning having this workshop. Thank you, staff, for all of your presentations. I believe your direction from the board here is option one. And I think you've answered all of our questions. You've clarified. Thank you for the comparison to Europe. Thank you for letting everybody know that this is the #1 facility in the nation. We're doing it right here, and we will be doing it right again in 2031. So I don't know if there's anyone else has any comments. What can we do for you, Mr. Pelowitz?
That's it. I think it's to close the workshop and go on with our days.
Okay, 2:05, we are adjourned. Thank you very much. We can leave all of our
Out a collection of t-shirts for sale in the museum gift shop representing surf clubs that were active in the area back in the 1960s.
I started Cripple Creek Surf Club in Boynton Beach right when I was finishing high school, and the Surf Fossils Surf Club is still around, and back then surfers were all young, and in order to get into the Surf Fossils you had to be at least 25 years old. So those were the old guys.
But as popular as it was, surfing eventually faced an unexpected backlash.
Back when I was in high school, the town of Palm Beach, in their infinite wisdom, decided it should be illegal for anybody to surf in the 14 miles of coastline along the town of Palm Beach. It's kind of a mystery why they did that. At the same time, when Palm Beach had the ban, the town of Palm Beach Shores decided it should be illegal for anybody to possess a surfboard in the town limits of Palm Beach Shores. So people were arrested and convicted of possession of a surfboard as contraband. Even local residents could have their surfboards confiscated from their home if they were out in the open.
Local surfers fought back, orchestrating a lawsuit that began with the arrest of surfer Bruce Carter in the town of Palm Beach in 1968.
And it went all the way up to the state Supreme Court. And our attorney was a pro bono attorney by the name of Joel Daves, who later became mayor of West Palm Beach. And Joel took the case, and we raised money to try to help by selling bumper stickers that said, "I gave to save surfing," for $1 each.
The bumper stickers raised quite a bit of money, and the surfers were ultimately victorious at the Supreme Court, where justices ruled that Palm Beach could not outright ban surfing. However, after all these years, some anti-surfing ordinances, although not necessarily enforced, remain in place.
Manalapan then decided it could be legal to surf at either end of town, but if you lived in town and you wanted to surf in front of your own oceanfront estate, you needed written permission from the town manager. And that's still on the books in the town charter.
The backlash against surfers wasn't quite as severe in other parts of the state. In fact, during that time, the 70s and 80s, was when some of surfing's biggest stars were just getting their feet wet.
I like to show people this photo. This is Kelly Slater, 11-time world champion when he was a youngster. So we're proud he's from Florida. And there's actually more world champions from Florida than any other state or any other country. We have, he won 11 times. Frida Zamba won the world championship